information. So you have received headsets with channel 1 for Polish and channel 2 for English. There will be some interventions in both languages. And we will have also a question via Slido with the QR code. So please keep your phone next to you so you can use your phone for answering those questions. So without further ado, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ignacy Góra from the Office of Rail Transport in Poland, Mr. Joachim Looking from the European Commission DG Move. Now you can come and sit with us, and then you will, and finally Ms. Oana Gerginescu, our newly elected Executive Director from the European Union Agency for Railways. And we will immediately start with the intervention of Mr. Góra, if you want to come here.
Chciałbym Państwa wszystkich bardzo serdecznie powitać w słonecznej Warszawie. Szanowni Państwo, witam Państwa na konferencji, która jest poświęcona jednemu z ważnych współczesnych wyzwań dla transportu kolejowego – odporności kolei na skutki zmian klimatu. Spotykamy się dzisiaj w ramach polskiej prezydencji w Radzie Unii Europejskiej dzięki współpracy Europejskiej Agencji Kolejowej, Komisji Europejskiej oraz instytucji, którą reprezentuję, Urzędu Transportu Kolejowego. Jestem głęboko przekonany, że dzisiejsza konferencja jest dobrym miejscem do wypracowania wspólnych rozwiązań w obliczu narastających wyzwań klimatycznych. To ważne, bo według niektórych szacunków zmiany klimatu do 2100 roku mogą kosztować Europę aż 190 miliardów euro rocznie, czyli niemal 2% produktu krajowego brutto. A jednym z wrażliwych na takie zmiany sektorów gospodarki jest oczywiście transport. Jakie mamy zagrożenia? Kiedy myślimy o zmianach klimatycznych, to pierwsze, co przychodzi nam na myśl, to wzrost temperatury czy gwałtowne zjawiska pogodowe, takie jak ulewy czy wichury. Z analiz przeprowadzonych przez Polskiego Zarządcę Infrastruktury wynika, że na funkcjonowanie systemu kolei mogą wpływać aż 22 zagrożenia związane z występowaniem niskich i wysokich temperatur, nadmiarem wody, zjawiskami burzowymi, silnym wiatrem oraz mgłami. Analizy PKP PLK wykazały, że stopień narażenia jest zróżnicowany w zależności od obszaru kraju, jednak w obecnych warunkach klimatycznych do najistotniejszych zagrożeń w Polsce należy narażenie na występowanie mrozu i opadów śniegu, a w przyszłości ma być to narażenie na występowanie bardzo wysokich temperatur latem oraz długotrwałych i znacznych opadów deszczu. Realne straty. Gwałtowne opady i powodzie przynoszą olbrzymie straty. Naprawa polskiej infrastruktury kolejowej po powodzi z września ubiegłego roku kosztowała w Polsce około 25 milionów euro, ale koszty odbudowy infrastruktury po ubiegłorocznej powodzi w Austrii szacowane były na około 700 milionów euro. Zmienne warunki pogodowe to również rosnące opóźnienia. W Polsce w 2024 roku za te opóźnienia powodowały 10% czasu wszystkich opóźnień. Opóźnienia oczywiście, które spowodowane były warunkami pogodowymi. W miesiącach letnich natomiast generowały nawet do 20% czasu wszystkich opóźnień. Jak temu przeciwdziałać? Jak się przygotować? Czy zatem na zagrożenia związane ze zmieniającym się klimatem można się w jakiś sposób przygotować? Wobec narastających wyzwań klimatycznych branża kolejowa już rozwija kompleksowe strategie adaptacji, które łączą zaawansowane technologie z proaktywnym podejściem do zarządzania ryzykiem. Jednym z przykładów jest chociażby stosowanie cyfrowych bliźniaków, wirtualnego odwzorowania zasobów fizycznych, które mogą być rewolucyjnym sposobem zarządzania, utrzymania i optymalizacji infrastruktury kolejowej. Technologia poprzez ciągłe monitorowanie stanu i zasobów pozwala przewidywać potrzeby przeglądowo-konserwacyjne, zanim eskalują do kosztownych awarii. Warto rozważyć w szczególności takie miejsca narażone, jak systemy zasilania, które muszą być w zasadzie odporne na bardzo wysokie temperatury, muszą być odporne na kurz, muszą być odporne na zanurzenie. Nie można też zapominać o odpowiednim dostosowaniu taboru, który na przykład musi pracować w trudnych warunkach, jeśli chodzi o temperaturę, oraz ekstremalne niskie temperatury i ekstremalnie wysokie temperatury. Istotny jest również sam styk taboru i infrastruktury, dlatego trzeba stosować na dużą skalę innowacyjne powłoki samosmarne zestawu kołowego, czy zabezpieczać sieć trakcyjną przed oblodzeniem. Kolej oczywiście może być odporna. Kolej już wiele razy udowadniała swoją odporność na różne rakie zagrożenia, nie tylko klimatyczne. To czyni kolej kluczowym elementem bezpieczeństwa narodowego w zasadzie każdego kraju. Wojna na Ukrainie dostarczyła niezaprzeczalnych dowodów na strategiczne znaczenie transportu kolejowego w zapewnieniu ciągłości funkcjonowania państwa w najtrudniejszych okolicznościach. Wobec narastających wyzwań klimatycznych i geopolitycznych europejska kolej musi przyjąć holistyczne podejście do budowania odporności, które łączy zaawansowane technologie i międzynarodową współpracę i długoterminowe planowanie strategiczne. Polska prezydencja w Radzie Unii Europejskiej stanowi wyjątkową okazję do wzmocnienia europejskiej współpracy w zakresie adaptacji kolei do zmian klimatycznych. Musimy wykorzystać doświadczenia z całego kontynentu. Jestem głęboko przekonany, że dzisiejsze spotkanie będzie inspiracją do podejmowania istotnych działań na rzecz poprawy odporności kolei na zmiany klimatyczne. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gora, and I would like to renew our warm thank you for the excellent collaboration between our two teams in organizing the conference with the support also of the European Commission, which I invite now to take the floor, Mr. Looking.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and good morning, and also from my side, welcome to this conference on rail resilience to climate change. I would like to thank the Polish presidency of the Council, the Polish Office of Rail Transport and ERA for co-organizing this event on this very important topic. 9 out of 10 Europeans consider climate change a very serious or fairly serious problem. In this respect, it is important to keep in mind that transport produces approximately 25% of all greenhouse gas emissions in the EU. In addition, transport is an important source of noise, and the use of land for its infrastructure has long-term effects on biodiversity. Among the mass transport modes, rail is the one with the lowest greenhouse gas emissions and other external costs. The highest degree of energy independence and efficiency, especially if using European renewable energy, the highest efficiency in land take and the most durable assets. But more than these statistics, environmental protection is also one of the essential requirements under the Interoperability Directive. Additionally, the Smart and Sustainable Mobility Strategy, which the Commission adopted in 2022, includes several goals to further the modal shift towards rail and thereby reduce the emissions that harm the climate, such as doubling of high-speed rail traffic by 2030, tripling it by 2050, and doubling rail freight traffic by 2050. So this is the rather positive picture on the comparative benefits of rail for our climate. On the other hand, and this is the focus of today, our railways are also exposed to the effects of climate change. Natural disasters driven by climate change, such as extreme heat waves, fires, heavy rainfall, flooding, heavy snowfall, and thunderstorms, severely test the transport system's resilience. Last year, ERA published its first rail environmental report in which they also looked into the effects of climate change on rail. Based on accident reports sent to ERA, the most frequent weather events that led to accidents or incidents are in descending order: snow and ice, floods, landslips, wind and storms, and rain. Those events can become even more challenging to handle when combined with the expected increase in demand for rail transport and the shortage of rail network capacity. Therefore, we must continuously improve rail's climate resilience by adapting to higher incidence of known extreme climate events and anticipate the appearance of new climate-related threats. In December of last year, we, that is DG Move, also published a study on climate adaptation and cross-border investment needs of the TEN-T network, which, as we will hear, shows that the railways on the Trans-European Transport Network will be most exposed to an increasing number of climate extremes out of all transport modes. It's also calculated that the costs for the rail networks to adapt to the climate conditions predicted for around 2050 are 27 billion euros for the TEN-T network, out of which 14 billion network for the core network alone. We will hear more about the study today, but I can already tell you that it has shown that it is essential that when completing the Trans-European Transport Network, we invest in resilient infrastructure that can maintain its functionality in this new climate. Building on ERA's report, DG Move study, and work that others will tell you about shortly, we have recently asked the agency to conduct an additional study to assess if our European technical framework could be modified to contribute to greater climate resilience of the railway system. I look forward to hearing about the preliminary results of that study today. Rail is a critical infrastructure with a long-time asset lifespan, ranging from 40 years for rolling stock to 100 years for railway track. And this ties into the modal shift I mentioned earlier, the use of our railway system is poised to increase. Our colleagues in DG Klima are also similarly looking into how requirements in European standards could be used to make rail more climate resilient. Today's conference focuses on resilience to climate change specifically, but we must not forget the other threats our network needs to be resilient to: cyber attacks, physical attacks, and sabotage, given the current geopolitical climate. Not to forget, rail also plays an important role in our society to cope with emergency situations, transporting civil protection materials and, of course, military mobility. It is therefore all the more important that the system is resilient to environmental factors, as threats may very well occur in parallel. Thus, adaptation to climate change has increasingly become part of the work of DG Move. We have all witnessed the many cases in recent years where extreme weather events have significantly disrupted transport flows in Europe, destroying critical infrastructure and causing billions of euros in damages. Such impacts are only set to increase in the future. As extreme weather events become more frequent, it is crucial that our transport system can withstand these challenges. Taking all of this into account, it is high time that we discuss the climate-related threats to rail, what adaptations are needed, and how to address them, both technically and financially. I look forward to many different experiences and perspectives today as we will hear on this topic, and I wish us all a fruitful and constructive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to put into perspective of the importance of this topic, one of your first public appearance as elected officially Executive Director of the European Union Agency for Railways, Ms. Oana Gerginescu, please.
Thank you very much. Apologies for my voice. It's not one of the first public appearances, and that we can feel in my voice getting a bit weaker. Dear President Gora, dear Ignacy, dear Head of Unit Looking, dear Joachim, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with the statement which is probably very obvious, but I would like to make it. Climate change is a reality. That's obviously clear for all of us here in the room. Sometimes less clear to the non-believers outside of this room. But for me, this is a statement that we need to make. It is proven by the data collected from the infrastructure managers around Europe, and my colleagues will show that to you later, and Joachim has already mentioned. 2/3 of the infrastructure managers today report clear impacts of extreme weather events on their networks across Europe. If I can go a bit further on the evidence, and that I think is something that speaks to the wide public as well, when we sum up the length of the disruptions in 1 year across the EU network, adding Switzerland and the UK, we get to a cumulated delay, depending on the method of calculation, which ranges between 3 and 7 years of lost time in 1 year. And important to mention, that's linked to climate change effects. That is to set the scene of a reality which is harsh and which we need to address with quite effective actions and rather soon. I have some line of thought that I would like to share with you around rail resilience in the context of climate change, and the first one is about being proactive versus being reactive. I'm sure this will come from the discussions today. And in fact, the positioning that we have now on the reactive mode is of course normal. We are learning by doing, and that even comes when we look at the methodologies that we have at hand to quantify and to define the effects of climate change. We are looking at the consequences. This is how we are now used to look at climate change. So it's at the end of the chain when the damage has happened. And we have even struggled to find harmonized definitions across Europe. The best that we could find was to check the size of the financial damage, and we look, for example, in the Rail Safety Directive, at damages which are above 2 million euro of quantification. And then the disruption time, what I was mentioning before, where we have a threshold around 6 hours. So whatever is above the 6 hours disruption is considered as a significant disruption linked to climate change. But that is about measuring the consequences. And the plea that we all will make today is to see how we can actually move earlier in the cycle and understand the proactive component. It starts with data collection. And we have seen with the work done by my colleagues, and that's good news, that more than 1/3 of the infrastructure managers in Europe are collecting data. You will say to me that's not enough. I will say to you I agree with that, but still, important is that there is awareness. We are collecting that kind of data, and we should continue to do that in a more and more structural way. The second step is to understand what is the methodology to use then to be able to use the data to drive meaningful conclusions. And there again, we see a diversity of approaches across Europe. Some prepare the climate projections, some prepare the adaptation plans, some others don't. So fora like the one of today are a good facilitation occasion to actually learn from the experiences and to try to drive common understanding and approaches across Europe. Another element is about financing and funding. Definitely responding to climate change disruptions or even trying to be proactive to prevent those requires investments, and that's a fact. What is important to understand is how we can optimize the leveraging of resources. We know rail is not one of the richest modes of transport, unfortunately. That also comes on the table when we talk about climate change. In fact, rail not being a rich mode is valid for all type of investment. And from that perspective, we think it's important to drive investments in the rail network already with a native resilient component in mind. Whenever we have the opportunity to invest, be it linked to the TEN-T regulation implementation or to the high-speed rail, which is quite high on the agenda nowadays, it's important to be able to embed a native resilience component into that, rather than having to invest separately to respond to the climate change effects. And the last element that I would like to bring on the proactivity side is about the wider European view. Of course, storms do not have borders in Europe. They will not see the border between one infrastructure manager and the next one in RAW. And that's where it is important to actually have cooperation between the infrastructure managers, not only in terms of harmonizing their approaches, but also actually looking at the neighboring initiatives and having a coordinated approach across the TEN-T corridors. Very quickly on what the agency is bringing on the table. So, of course, teaming with Joachim here, you will probably look at us like the ones who put regulations on the table. So we are not a factory of regulations, and the intention here is not to jump to regulate in response of the climate change, but to actually learn, speak, and understand based on that where you, as partners in this exercise, see a need for better definition of methodologies up to the range of regulation if needed. So the purpose per se is not to regulate, but to see where the EU institutions can actually help to harmonize approaches. We have very good examples of what I call better regulation here, which is the joint network secretariat that we did for the crosswind in Denmark. It actually started like a forum for discussion, exchange around the table, collecting inputs, and the regulatory step came only at the end of that, not at the beginning. Of course, to drive regulation, we need the knowledge and the understanding of the reality on the ground. And I will end by saying, it was mentioned before by both Ignacy and Joachim, climate change has now a lot of connotations. We need to extend it to what I call the geopolitical climate change. So that's not only weather events, is what we see around us in terms of cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, the military component. And the importance of an event like this one is crucial because the logic is the same, the reasoning is the same. We need to be ready not only to repair, but we need to also be ready to have robust assets in place which are capable to ensure reliability in situations of crisis and are ready to provide alternative solutions like rerouting, for example, in case such events occur. I wish all of us a good conference today, and we are very much eager to collect inputs from you, take them on board, and continue this discussion because the topic is important and is there to stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our for your introductory speeches. Very inspiring, and I think driving us for the next sessions, which we will elaborate on different elements that you mentioned during your speeches. So thank you very much again. Yes. So now we will have a short Slido question, which if you can use the QR code. I'll say it orally. According to you, which are the main barriers to the adaptation of the railway system to extreme weather events, climate change? So we see quite some trend on money and financing the adaptation measures, which is not such a big surprise. We see the collection of data, the coordination between actors. So that's three of the main challenges, which I think will be also repeated in one of our presentation, or on different actually. Misalignment in legislation. We see also collision between environmental protection legislation sometimes and the measures you need to take in place for protecting your network. Oh, that's quite a lot of participation. Maybe during the break, we'll try to make a percentage of the different response just to have a view. I think clearly the financing challenge is the one which is repeating finansowanie, yes, which is in Polish, I would say. So I'm learning also some Polish words. And the knowledge transition from research to operator companies, so that's a bit different compared to other answers, but I think having a strong link between research, innovation, and the adaptation measures for fighting climate change, which will be the topic of panel 2 as well, so how to introduce innovation into the rail sector. Okay, I think we can stop here maybe and jump to the next session, which will give we try to make a logical order from the climate railway risks to an exhaustive work on the different climate hazards to a real adaptation strategy from infrastructure manager, and we are happy also to have a British representative in this room. A specific case study on flooding, which is the risk that has been mentioned the most frequently by infrastructure manager, which is not necessarily the most frequent one, but definitely the most impactful in terms of costs. So having the perspective of Germany on this aspect will be interesting. And finally, as Mr. Looking announced, we'll have a representative from the Commission to discuss the study on the TNT. And last but not least, we are also promoting our work, as Ms. Gerginescu mentioned. We'll present the initial results of our study on rail resilience to climate change. So I would like to welcome on stage Ms. Julie Berkmans, who is a climate and risk and environment expert from the European Union Environmental Agency. Just if you can, yeah. I'd like to welcome on stage Lucy Anderton, Director of Sustainability at UIC, and her colleague Francisco Cabrera Geronimo, who is the Deputy Head of Rail Operations and Safety. I'd like to welcome Lisa Constable, Head of Adaptation at Network Rail. I'd like climate resilience and adaptation, not to forget the first part. I'd like to welcome Sonia Szymczak from the DZSF, the German Center for Rail Traffic Research, Scientific Desk Officer. And finally, I'd like to welcome Nevena Gavalyugova-Bolsi from the European Commission, DG Move. So, as the time is quite short, I will, without further ado, give the floor to Julie, who will present us, inform us on the very important study made last year, the European Climate Risk Assessment, with a specific focus on the rail sector. So thank you, Julie.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So I work at the European Environment Agency, and we collect a lot of data on environment and climate and provide it in assessments for policymaking. And last year we published the European Climate Risk Assessment, which was the first of its kind. It's a comprehensive evaluation of climate risks in the current and in the future climates. And it builds on and complements existing knowledge on climate risks. Next slide, please. So as said, we are an EU agency based in Copenhagen, and we collect data and provide it for policy making. We are sitting between the science and policy interface. And we also depend very strongly on our networks in the countries, but also depend very strongly on our partnerships with other services, such as the Copernicus services. Now, 24 was the hottest year on record. Before that, 2023 was the hottest year on record. And the last decade has seen the 10 hottest years. This is all based on data from the Copernicus Climate Change Service. It's clear that we are rapidly approaching the 1.5 degrees global warming, as set in the Paris Agreement, compared to pre-industrial levels. And this is creating threats, climate risks, threats to our whole society, but also to the railways. It's causing threats for the railways in terms of heat waves. We see more floods, storms, wildfires, and so on. Now, without accelerating action, in Europe, we will experience up to 7 degrees warming by the end of the century if we don't do any more, and don't accelerate our actions. And this is because Europe is the fastest warming continent. And the climatic drivers are worsening over all the regions in Europe. We are seeing more intense heat waves. We are seeing that our rain patterns are changing. So we see more downpours, so more intense rainfall, but at the same time also more intense and frequent droughts. And also sea level rise is accelerating in the coastal regions. And it's not only about how the climate risk drivers are changing, but also how prepared our society is to be resilient against those climate drivers. Now, climate risks are a combination of, on the one hand, climatic drivers, such as increasing heat, but on the other hand, they're impacted by aging infrastructure, or the growing services, the growing demand for the services that infrastructure provides. And so these drivers, they combine and create climate risks. And climate risk on one sectoral system can also affect other sectoral systems. And this is then creating a cascading impact. And not only cascading impacts is also seen in the railways, but also compounding risks. For example, power outages can impact transport infrastructure. Wildfires are exacerbated by high winds. These are all compounding impacts. And for example, the floods in Slovenia in 2023, they caused a lot of threats to the infrastructure, and they were followed by landslides. So these combined impacts of risks, they can create impacts to the transport sector, but also to the services they provide. And in a way, then the climate risks, then they can create a whole system-wide challenge, and so can impact our whole society. At the European Environment Agency, we also collect data on the economic damage. And the economic damages in the last 44 years have increased steadily. It's actually worth noticing that only relatively few events have caused the largest damage in Europe. And especially the last few years were extremely devastating. We have seen floods, wildfires, heat waves, droughts, and in the last years, the amount of damage was around 64 billion to 57, 44, more than 30 billion euros of damage in the last year because of the floods in Central Europe and Valencia. It's also worth noting that for transport infrastructure, it's very hard to quantify the exact damage of extreme events. And this is because transport infrastructure also requires long recovery times. And here you can see a chart where you can see the recovery times for different different infrastructure systems, of which one of them is railways. And for the railways, the recovery time after the floods of 2021 was up to 2 years or even more to repair the railway and the infrastructure. In UCRA, we have identified the European Climate Risk Assessment. We have identified 36 major climate risks for Europe. They are categorized into 5 categories, and one of them is infrastructure. Many of the risks that we have identified require urgent action now. Also for infrastructure, the risk of, it has been mentioned already several times, the risk of inland flooding and coastal flooding, they require more action and urgent action now. They are already creating substantial risks now, and they will worsen even in the future. The key priorities for the policies are to conduct risk assessments, to prepare the infrastructure to make it more resilient, and this on a system level. Now, the risks that we have identified in UCRA, they are affecting almost all of the EU policies. And this is also true for transport. So the transport sector, so the EU transport policy area is exposed to multiple climate risks, such as floods, but also wildfires. And also they are creating a lot of damage to the infrastructure and the buildings. And it's also impacting supply chain disruptions, for example. So UCRA is clear. There is a need for more conducting systemic risk assessments. This is in order to capture these direct and cascading impacts of climate change. There is a need for clear data on the location of critical infrastructure, also railway infrastructure, the location, the characteristics, so its exposure and its vulnerability, in order to design the appropriate solutions. Land-based transport has been identified as one of the key climate risks in UCRA. And there is this cascading nature of risks, so how risks are actually impacting from one sector system to another sector system. And also transport infrastructure is so much interconnected. It's a whole system that has so many interdependencies. We need to increase this resilience of the real infrastructure on the system level. Now, UCRA is clear that societal preparedness is lagging behind. We see that national risk assessment, sectoral risk assessments are increasing in speed and in scope, but the implementation is often lagging behind. We need the climate adaptation policies to consider multiple policy objectives together, because sometimes they're in conflict with economic or social or political objectives. And our climate risks are co-owned, so they are co-owned by EU and member states, so coordinated action is needed. But also, as mentioned before, they are crossing boundaries, so the climate risks, they are crossing boundaries, so there is cross-boundary coordination needed. And EU can support with more legislation, monitoring, funding, technical support, and so step up adaptation action. And rail, in order to make rail resilient, we can use it as an enabler for sustainable transformation. At the agency, we also focus very much on assessing the passenger transport activity changes, trends in the past. And in the last 27 years, the passenger transport has increased. And we see slight increase also in the share of rail transport in Europe, which is a good news. And EU can further support from promoting shifts for sustainable transport modes. It can support with investments in innovation and infrastructure, and it can also implement EU legislation to increase the demand of sustainable transport modes. Some numbers, good news again, on high-speed rail, which we've seen 32.5 billion passenger kilometers in 1995 and 134 billion passenger kilometers in 2019. So there is a clear increase in the demand. At the European Environment Agency, we also host the European Climate Adaptation Platform, showing case studies and adaptation solutions for specific sectors in the EU. And this can help infrastructure managers to give inspiration on how to make the transport system more resilient to climate change. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Julie, for this introduction and a broader perspective on all the climate risks, and especially on the railway and infrastructure sector. I have one question, maybe. Ms. Gerginescu mentioned the climate projection, and we saw that several infrastructure managers were using the climate projection based on IPCC scenarios to evaluate the measures they should put in place to mitigate the risk of climate change. What we have seen is a large diversity in the scenario used, in the time horizon used, and a lot of the infrastructure manager asked which scenario should we use, what's the time horizon, so what would be your recommendation on scenario and maybe time horizon? You have the mic here, maybe.
You can hear me well. Thank you for the question. Yes, to begin with, infrastructure is long-lived, so in that sense, it's very important to take into account the long-term climate projections. And some say 100 years for railway tracks is a good time horizon, but it can even go beyond 200 years or so. So for sure, a long-term horizon is needed. In terms of scenarios, it really depends on what kind of losses you want to take into account. So if you go for a high emission scenario, you can be sure that your residual losses will be very low. But if you go for a medium term emission scenario, then of course your residual losses will be higher. And there are studies that suggest to use this storyline approach. It's an approach where you look into a specific events and you unfold the events that has an impact on your railway infrastructure, such as a coastal flood, and you unfold the event looking into coastal sea level rise, but also other non-climatic drivers, and then you see how that event would look like in the future, and you take different assumptions, different adaptation scenarios into account, and then you look into the assessment how it would unfold, how it would look like when having different assumptions in mind. So that is also one approach. So there is no one size fits all. It really depends on the needs of the infrastructure manager.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have seen quite global perspective on the different climate risks. I'd like to invite then UIC, who's looking at the different climate risks, and especially in the first place on EV precipitation and heat wave through the Resilient Railways project. Excellent work that is done, and also sharing good practices with different stakeholders, railway stakeholders. So please, Lassie and Francisco, can you present your RERA project? Maybe, as you are two, you want to stay seated or you want to come?
Yeah, we could stay seated.
As you wish, but otherwise you can come and one of you take the mic.
Okay, so yeah, real pleasure to be with you all this morning. I'm Lucy Anderton. I'm Director for Sustainability at the International Union of Railways, and you'll hear shortly from my colleague Francisco. We work together, particularly on adaptation and resilient topics, as it's something that is not just in one department, but really is a collaboration across all different platforms and disciplines within our members. And so, if you haven't heard of International Union of Railways before, we're a global organisation. There's something around 200 members in Europe, but also in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, North and Latin America as well. And we're really here as a platform for cooperation around global organisations all working in railways, to come together to share knowledge and to harmonise the way that we work. And we often produce lots of technical reports, specifications, technical specifications, guidelines, which we translate into what we call IRS, International Railway Solutions. And so it's been around 15 years that we've been working in this space around weather resilience and climate change adaptation, where we got to a point where many of our members were starting to get to grips with the topic. How are we going to manage this issue? And so we're looking to each other as a group of experts and developing experts to share how they're working together. And at that point, we were able to pull together some best practice, some knowledge, and some growing understanding around that topic. And we're able to produce a platform that people can share that in. So these were the early days, because for many of our members, for some years, perhaps there had been lower levels of investment, some of the assets had been renewed less, maintenance a bit less, and at the same time climate was changing. So really seeing increased disruption and delays from weather events. And then after that we worked on Rail Adapt, which was the first time we really brought a framework together to really help our members to understand how to understand the vulnerabilities, how to understand the way that climate was affecting railways, and how you can integrate it into your risk assessment and operations within the railways. And then in the last 5 years, we've been developing a program called RERA. It's an abbreviation. We always like to put a silly abbreviation on all our projects, don't we? So RERA is Resilient Railways, facing particularly climate change. And we took a deep dive into 2 of our major hazards that members were telling were the ones that were causing the most problems. So that was RERA temp, so that was looking at high temperature and desertic conditions, and RERA rain, so looking at extreme precipitation events. Since then, we've started RERA wind, so talking about crosswinds and storm events, and particularly you'll hear a little bit more about from Francisco. And then next year, we're going to be taking actually an asset-focused deep dive. So going into RERA Elec, we'll think about all of the equipment that's so dependent for electrified railways, catenary and distribution of electricity. How is that asset particularly vulnerable to climate change, and how do we build in resilience into that? So getting the electrical engineers involved in the debate as well. And we've this year moved into broader than climate change thematics. We're talking about, we've got a RERA cyber project and a RERA quake, so looking at earthquakes, and so that the Japanese and the Chilean are sharing their knowledge with Italians, with the Turkish, those who've got really expertise in this space. And as well as RERA contingency, looking at the way that we operate and can get back in terms of safety operations. But really underpinning that is a new project we're now launching, which is RERA Hub, which is really building this community of experts, many of which are in this room today, who are working in this space and need to work together to really accelerate knowledge and understanding, and to really pull together that knowledge so that it's easy accessible. And so that railways is part of all of the discussions that are going on in this space. There are lots of groups, lots of debates happening. For example, UNFCCC at the COP, we're not just talking about mitigation, there's a growing agenda around adaptation. How do we make sure railways are part of that discussion? And so we have this global participation, really a strong group here in Europe, but also in other regions as well. So there's inter-regional learning around resilience and adaptation. And here's a lovely picture of our latest task force meeting, some of which are in the room today, who are able to really openly share what they're doing in this space, and so you can feel you're part of a group of people all working towards the same goal. And not just within the railways, we really recognise that we need to have a multimodal conversation. Because, of course, rarely does anyone move goods or move passengers with just railways. Normally, we interact with a whole range of different transport, because transport is a network, is a system. And so and that system is only as strong as the weakest point in it. So there's a real interdependency between all of our modes, and so therefore there's a real need for collaboration across the modes. And for many years, perhaps, those working in rail, those working in road, those working in inland waterways, airports, and public transport have been working on this topic slightly siloed, but we're really trying to break that silo, and so these organisations have come together as Transport Systems Resilience Task Force that Paco and I are chairing in 2025, that's really facilitating knowledge sharing in this space, as well as really understanding these interdependencies and cascade effects between transport systems. And so I'm going to hand you over now to my colleague who'll take a little deep dive into some of the outputs of those projects. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just to clarify that Lucy calls me Paco. Many people in the room call me Paco. It's like a nickname that we use for Francisco in Spain, so you are invited to call me Paco as well. This is the first project of the RERA family that we did. It was called RERA Rain, how to assess the vulnerability and the impact of the floods and heavy rains into the railway system. We divide the project in these three phases: to calculate or to estimate the climate impact of the new reality of the climate change. Then we assess the vulnerability, the risk, and the criticality of the heavy rains into the railway system. At that point, I would like to stop and to clarify the criticality is the calculation of the exposure and the sensibility of our system. So it means that the exposure is calculated by the data, and the sensibility is calculated depending on the state of the assets. It depends on the age of the culverts. For example, it's not the same for a new line of 10 years old or a line of 100 years old. Then the risk was calculated in a classic approach, the multiplication of the probability and the severity, and then the vulnerability is calculated depending on the configuration of the network. So it means that if we have alternative routes and so on, we will be able to derivate the traffic by other routes. Then in this case, the vulnerability will be less than in other cases. So thanks to these three parameters, we will be able to prioritize the different investment needed to adapt our infrastructures to the climate change. And I would like to underline that it is not only dedicated to the infrastructure managers, it's also dedicated to the rail operators or the rail undertakings, because the other side of the coin, it means the trains, the rolling stock, need to be adapted as well. And then the adaptation planning. Depending on the economical resources that we have, we will do the different medium, and long-term adaptation plans. So in the slide, you can see as well different pictures of accidents that we studied at the beginning of the project. We studied several accidents, not every accident that we had in Europe, but one of the most recent one. So. Sorry. So, for example, ones that we studied comes from Italy, from Germany, from France, from Spain, from all the European countries that contributed to the RAIN project. I guess that you will have the presentation. So if you click on the report, you will be derivated to the website of the UIC, and then you can download the report of the UIC for free. Then in this matrix, we have the first matrix, the precipitation matrix, depending on the different return periods. And depending on the assets that we need to calculate, we will need a different return periods. On the second metrics, we have the different scenario. Another point to address is to select the scenario and the medium and long term. It is very important to determine the different economical resources that we need to adapt our infrastructures, okay? So depending on the different scenarios, if we are more optimistic or less optimistic, and depending if we are studying a medium term between 4 or 5 years or long term, more than 10 years. So in that case, we have two different approaches. We can say that with the new data, the projection of the climate data, then we are going to have new, extreme events, new data for the extreme rain events, or another point is that our infrastructure is ready for a lower return period. So it means that, for example, we have calculated our infrastructure for 500 years return period. With the new climatic data, in reality, our infrastructure is ready to support 100 years. In this picture, for example, we have in blue, we have the flooding area for a return period of 10 years. This was the simulation for 500 years of flooding in Valencia last October. You may remember a very dramatic event. And then in this picture, you can see the reality. So the reality is that we had probably 1,000 years of return period in this event. So definitely the historical data are not valid anymore. The other project that we did, and then you can download with this QR code and click on the report, is RERATEMP. It is not so evident how to determine the impact of heat on our railway system, but we have divided the project in the different assets and the different operational aspects to determine the different to assess the impact on these assets and these systems. For example, if we think in heat, the first thing that comes to our mind may be the track buckling, because the heat affects very much the tracks because they are made of steel, but also the catenary, also the rolling stock, the air conditioning systems, the signaling systems, because they are designed for 50 degrees, and 50 degrees in some part of Europe, as Spain, Portugal, and Italy, it's a new reality. How they impact in our operations. We have delays, we have passengers' affection, it affects on our comfort. And I would like to recognize and to underline the SNCF initiative, for example, that during the heat waves they give fresh water for free to the passengers in order to help in the challenging situation of a heat wave that we are not used. And also, how to manage our staff. Is it possible to do maintenance activities with 40 degrees, 45, 50 degrees? So it is something that we addressed in this project. Other points that were addressed, well, in the left part of the slide, you can see the simulation in the different scenarios that ADIF did for the track buckling. So in that case, they are able, or they can prioritize the different investment that they need to do for the new neutralization temperature of the different tracks in their high-speed network. The central picture, you see the sand contamination. It is not only a problem in, for example, Saudi Arabia. As you can see in the world map, many parts of the world are in red. For example, in California, in the west part of the USA, and other parts of the world, in the south part of Europe as well, we will have sand contamination. It means that the sand will contaminate our ballast, and then the stiffness and the behavior of the ballast will be completely different. And vegetation management, more CO2 in the atmosphere, more temperature, more rains in some parts, we can see that the vegetation grows faster, and then they can hide, for example, a signal, as you can see in the picture. They can go to the catenary, and then we will have some important problems. Rare wind, a cause of the accident of the Great Bell Bridge in Denmark in 2019. The UIC collaborates with the ENS, and the collaboration that we will try to do is to contract the University of Birmingham and the Polytechnic of Milano to determine the crosswind curves of the different freight trains. This work was done for high-speed trains, but now we are going to address and to tackle the freight trains. And then, with these conclusions, we will have the different measures to mitigate the crosswinds. It is very difficult to simulate the new reality of the crosswinds, but we know that they are going to be more frequent and stronger. So we will have two different kinds of measures, the operational measures and the physical measure. It is possible to install some barriers, for example. And I don't know. It doesn't work? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and in that case I will call you Paco for your, and Lucy of course, for your nice insight on the different climate risks, and making the link also with the different panel, because we'll have Andreas Schirmer in panel 1 who will explain some of the aspects related to the GNS to which you collaborated. Maybe also one extra question. We have, because there's something we have not yet mentioned in any of the speech, and it's a critical aspect that was mentioned by many IMs, and it was how much resilient our railway system must be. What's the level of robustness expected? Do we have metrics for the resilience? And I was wondering if you are planning to, because we've seen your program and it's a very dense program, have you also identified this as an item? And what's your perspective on how best to approach this?
Yeah, so it's I think the million-dollar question, isn't it? Right. So how do we measure our resilience? And many of our members are saying we're being asked to demonstrate some kind of measurable resilience. How do we track and target an improved level of resilience? And it's really tricky, given that climate change gives us lots of uncertainty, and really there's, across our membership, a very diverse local risk profiles, right? So it's very contextual situation. And in fact, this was the topic of our first task force meeting just last month, was it? Yes, just recently. And some ideas were shared in that space. And there were people were talking about the kind of data and measurements they were taking, which were quite reactive usually. So talking about how frequent disruption was happening, cancellations, line closures, accidents, things like that. And also the cost of recovery, or the time to recover. So those kind of like reaction data was being collected. But also we're talking about more leading measures, so thinking about maturity, so sort of self-assessment in a more qualitative manner, like this is our level of maturity in understanding this risk, this is where we want to be, and sort of actually levels of maturity. And so that's an interesting conversation that we were having to sort of perhaps a more leading way of measuring it. But yeah, what we're really struggling is how do we deal with it? I'll perhaps
just one, yeah, okay.
Yes, just to complete the answer, probably it's important to define the different scenarios. Scenarios is not only an academic concept, it is very important to us to determine the different scenario and then to send this information to the decision makers in our, especially infrastructure managers, because they need to plan the different investments needed for the medium and the long term. So to select the correct scenario, it's a very important issue and something that we address in the RERA Hub.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again. So we have seen climate risk, global perspective, some answers to some climate hazards from UIC, and especially rain, heavy precipitation, and high temperature, but we see you are working on other aspects, and I think electricity is also a nice example, and Spain suffered a quite important event also, which affected obviously the railway. And now I think it's time to move to Lisa Constable from Network Rail, who will present how a specific infrastructure manager is reacting to the impact of climate change and the strategy. So thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much. We've heard about how weather is impacting us, and Network Rail has been working on this for probably around 15 years in depth. And we've recently published our new climate change strategy, and I just wanted to go into some detail about how we're trying to be proactive in managing the impacts of climate change. We are already seeing the impact. I think we have, on average, probably 100 to 120 million euros in delays and cancellation costs each year as a result of different weather events. And this is leading to some difficult questions. One is actually partly related to the question just asked to Lucy, which is what level of resilience do we need to build into the system? And what service are we expected to run in adverse and extreme weather? If there's an extreme event, the public won't expect the trains to be running, but how many days per year can we close the network when these extremes happen? When do we need to take action, and what does that action look like? And how much extra is climate change going to cost us, and what impact does that have on our investment plans? You know, if climate change is degrading our assets, just keeping our assets as they are now is going to cost us more, let alone building in more resilience into the system. And so all of the work that we're doing is trying to answer and address these questions. I don't know which button to press. There we go. So our vision for adapting to a changing climate is to have a well-adapted system that is flexible, reliable, operates safely, and is responsive to climate change, so that we're not locking ourselves into a future direction. We're able to change direction depending on what is thrown at us in the future. And this is one of the key strategic objectives within our Greener Railway strategy, which was published in May this year. Our work within that strategy falls into 6 key themes. So we have operational weather response. That's your forecasting of the heat wave or the storm that's coming this weekend. How do we make sure we communicate between Network Rail, the infrastructure, and the train operators, and put the right processes in place to minimize the impact of this event when it occurs? We've also got weather and climate planning. So this is really making sure that we're proactive, and it's building the response into our investment plans. We need to be building our resilient infrastructure and resilient buildings and rolling stock on the ground. I'm going into more detail in all of this in a minute. Resilience in processes, updating our standards and the way that we do things. Climate intelligence is about research and analysis and using data and technology to better understand weather and climate impacts. And then adaptive capability is about the general kind of knowledge and ability of people to be making climate resilient decisions. How can we make sure that everybody has an awareness of what their role is in building a resilient railway? So I'm just going to give some examples for each of these in terms of what we are doing. So starting with the basis, the underlying need for data and information on what is the issue. We are we have so much data, and it's in so many different places, it's really hard to bring it all together. And so we're trying to use that data to turn it into knowledge to help us create and make better decisions. And we're doing that from an operation perspective, continuously improving our forecasting capability, our understanding of risks and issues, alerting and identifying where we're likely to see issues and managing those before they happen. continuously improving our climate risk assessment. This gets reviewed and repeated every 5 years or so as a result of reporting to government, and it's becoming more and more granular in terms of, initially it was like, we know there's an impact to track, and then we go, we know there's an impact to these different elements of the track system, and then we know there's an impact in these particular areas, and so it just gets more and more detailed the more we go through it. And that then helps feed into our adaptation plans. We're also looking at improving our climate projections data. So the UK climate projections are built off of the IPCC data, and we're taking that information and turning it into a form that our asset managers and our project managers can use. They're not scientists, they're engineers. They don't use data in the same way, so we're making it available to them so that they can easily understand it and build it into their work. We're also trying to develop a leading resilience metric. Now, it's really, really hard to do this. We haven't figured out how to take all of this data and turn it into something that proactively tells us how our investment in resilience is enhancing the resilience of the network. But as a rail sector and as a transport sector as a whole in the UK, we're running a number of projects at the moment to try and figure out how to do that. Still don't think we've quite cracked it, but we're further ahead than we were. And then there's a lot of collaboration. So through the UIC RERA projects, working with a number of people in this room, there's a lot of collaboration across the rail sector and infrastructure operators in the UK, across the UK as well, and internationally, which is helping us share knowledge and information, which is really valuable. Looking at resilient assets then, now we're already building resilience into the system. The top right-hand picture there is the railway line we saw 2 pictures of earlier, which was a rail dangling into the sea, and now we've spent something like £200 million rebuilding that over the last 10 years to be a really resilient sea wall. And we've built climate change into that project, but some of the other infrastructure projects that have been built over the last few decades haven't necessarily looked at climate change, and how long will they remain resilient in the face of climate change? Some of the other things that we're doing kind of as a natural course of business, control centres get very hot, so we've got air conditioning to help keep servers cool, raising signalling out of flood zones, enhancing the strength of embankments. New electrification equipment is much more resilient than old kit, and then increasingly looking at using nature-based solutions to manage risk. So the one picture there is a green wall along Birmingham New Street train station, and then the other one is an example of re-wiggling a river. So the railway line the Victorians made a lot of rivers straight because it was more convenient, but we're putting them back into their natural water courses because they hold more water and the flood risk is less. So there's a lot that's happening at the moment to be building resilient assets, and the work that I'm going to talk about now is actually identifying what more do we need to do, where is our priority, and where do we need to be focusing. And that feeds into the adaptation planning. So the first piece there is the UK Climate Change Act, which was published in 2008, requires infrastructure managers to produce an adaptation report every 5 years. So our first one was 2011, our fourth one was in December last year, 2024, and it sets out our assessment of our climate risk and what action we are taking. And so it's a good kind of overview of, it's a stock take of where we're at and what our plans are over the next 5 years. And it's reported publicly, so we need to deliver it, basically. So that's been key in driving change over the last 15 years within Network Rail. We're a devolved organisation, so I sit in our national function and kind of oversee our overarching strategy, but we have 5 regions that are each responsible for delivering on the ground. And in each of our 5-year investment periods, known as control periods, the regions produce a weather resilience and climate change adaptation plan. That's what WRCCA stands for. And these plans set out what are we planning on delivering for the money we've got in the next 5 years, and delivery of those plans is regulated by our regulator, the Office of Rail and Road. And that's also been really good to actually start driving resilience into our decision-making processes. That is over the next 5 years. We're a very short-term organization in terms of we look for planning over the next 5 years. I've really been pushing recently the need to start looking 100 years into the future. How do we do long-term climate change planning? And so this control period, which runs from 2024 to 2029, each of our regions is developing a long-term climate change adaptation pathways strategy, which is doing a whole network assessment, so all lines of route, and looking at where are our key vulnerabilities and where and when do we need to be investing in those, so that we can identify, you know, there's a drainage issue there that can be dealt with through the normal business as usual renewals process, or there's a section of track along the coastline that in 50 years is going to be in the sea. So what are we going to do about that? Are we going to abandon the line and put people on buses? Are we going to rebuild the line further inland? Are we going to divert trains a different route? How are we going to be managing that issue? And adaptation pathways allows us to look at these wider socioeconomic and community issues in relation to managing transport in those areas to help us identify those long-term strategic issues around railway investment that we can then build into our planning over the next 5, 30, 100 years going forward. And then finally, it's building climate change into our strategic business planning, and this is our planning for our 5-year investment periods. We're currently in control period 7, control period 8 starts in 2029, and I'm working with our planning and regulation team to be developing our strategy for what are we wanting to achieve from a climate change adaptation perspective, so that when our regions start doing their asset planning, they can be considering where do we need to focus investment linked back to the adaptation pathway strategies in terms of our priority vulnerabilities. And so this is really helping us identify the short-term priorities and building it into our plan so that we can get the money for it, because all of this is incredibly expensive, as we know. When it comes to resilience in processes, I think there's kind of a never-ending number of processes. So we've started with 3, building climate change into asset standards. I know there was mention earlier about DG Klima building climate change into European standards, and we follow a lot of those still. But this is looking at Network Rail owns a lot of standards and making that those are updated. We're at the start of that process, but it has started. Building climate change into project delivery. So this is making sure that every project that is being delivered does a climate impact assessment at the start and looks at resilience options so that we are spending money more wisely at the start of the project. We are building resilience at the start of the project because otherwise it's a wasted opportunity. Again, we're starting. People, as we build people's knowledge and capability, they will be doing this more, and we will be able to get the business case right in order to make help justify a potential increase in spend up front. And that links then to the strategic planning, so building into the business planning requirements, but we also have a wider strategic planning approach, doing kind of 30-year strategies and business cases for the railway, and it's using the process we're developing through the adaptation pathways, building that into the way we do strategic planning, so that whenever we're looking at what we want the future of the railway to look like, we're looking at how climate change might influence that. As I said, this is just the start. There's lots more to do, and I haven't done a huge amount of each of those 3, but they're things we're doing over the next few years. And then finally, looking at adaptive capability. I mentioned collaboration earlier. We've got a really great group of about 15 to 20 people across Network Rail who are delivering adaptation on the ground. That's us at the top of the 4th bridge in Edinburgh last month. It was amazing weather. It was wonderful. And we do site visits, and we just, develop and share things together, which is great. I don't know why this is in an odd order. The UK rail industry has also developed a a maturity assessment, an adaptive capacity maturity assessment, and this helps us, using a survey that takes about 45 minutes to an hour to go into a lot of detail about our decision making, our risk assessment, our understanding of climate change within the organization, and then provides a score. The triangle at the bottom is the rail industry average is about a 2.5, which is the bottom line. Network Rail sitting at about a 3.5. And we've increased our adaptive capacity by about 1.5 points over the last 2 years, which is, I'm really proud of how hard the rest of the organization is working to build their understanding in this. Long-term goal for level 5, it's going to take us years to get there. But, we've got a weather academy, we're developing e-learnings, we're working across the organization to build an understanding of what we're trying to achieve through the strategy. And over time, it is helping us, helping people understand what their role is in delivering adaptation. And over time, we will be building a railway that is fit for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for your broad perspective on the different projects, and I think this is very important. I'm a bit behind schedule in terms of timing, so no, it's perfect because it was very overview, so very good overview. And I'll come back also after, if I have time, to the question we prepared, but I'll move to our next speaker, Sonia, with the heavy precipitation events and pluvial flooding, which is making also the link with the slide UIC presented Paco in Spain, which was quite impressive, with the long-term perspective and the reality last year, which is much above all predictions. So please, Sonia, with the specific flooding.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. In my talk, I will give you an overview about heavy precipitation events and pluvial flooding, as it is already mentioned in some of the previous talks. It's a very important issue. Especially this topic became more important, especially after the large event in 2021, where several areas of Western Germany, the Netherlands and Belgium were hardly affected by serious flash floods. And in Germany, there were some railway lines completely destroyed, and some of them are still not reopened until today. But also in more recent years, several European countries were hit by several heavy precipitation events. Here are just 2 examples from the last year's summer, which was very wet in several regions in Europe. In June, in southern Germany, an intercity express train derailed due to a landslide. And at the end of June, northern Italy and southern Switzerland were hit by heavy precipitation, and among others, the well-known Matterhorn-Gotthard railway to the village of Zermatt was damaged and was subsequently closed for 2 months. Fortunately, not every heavy precipitation event has such serious impacts, as heavy precipitation events are very common events occurring in Germany and also in other European countries. Here on the map on the left-hand side, you can see a map where all the heavy precipitation events which occurred during a 10-year period in Germany, which were spatially intersected with the German railway network. And we can see that nearly all parts of Germany, of the German railway network, were hit at least once by a heavy precipitation event during this 10-year time period. Most of the times, it's not the heavy precipitation event itself, but processes which were triggered by heavy precipitation events, which caused the damage and the destruction at the railway line. For example, that are floods, different types of gravitational mass movement, and also tree falls can occur due to heavy precipitation events. We used a database with damage data from Deutsche Bahn, and here we could see that several of these events, especially during the summer season, were accompanied by a heavy precipitation event. So 70% of the events occurring during summer times were accompanied by a heavy precipitation event, which could have been the possible trigger for the secondary process. When we talk about flooding, it is very important to distinguish between fluvial and pluvial flooding because they are different in terms of their behavior, their occurrence and their mechanism, so adaptation measures must be derived accordingly. When we talk about fluvial flooding, that are floods which occur usually along large rivers if the discharge exceeds the capacity of the riverbed. They are usually triggered by long-lasting precipitation events, snowmelt, or a combination of both effects, and they can affect large-scale areas. But they are very good and predictable in terms of time of occurrence, spatial extent, and magnitude. In contrast, pluvial flooding is triggered by intense precipitation events, which are not connected to rivers, so they can occur nearly everywhere, and also flooding can occur in areas which were usually not covered by waters. And in smaller rivers and creeks, they can often result in flash floods, and all these processes are very poor predictable in terms of time of occurrence, spatial extent, and magnitude, making it much more challenging for deriving appropriate adaptation measures. So what are steps which can be done to make rail more resilient towards heavy precipitation events and associated processes? The first thing we need to know is which part of the railway network are affected or are potentially exposed to heavy precipitation event and associated processes. Currently, we are developing a flooding indicator. Here, it's just the example for the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia. And here we can see it is really a very widespread phenomena, as only 30% of the railway network were attributed to the hazard class low risk or very low hazard. The impacts of heavy precipitation events and associated processes on railway infrastructure can be very diverse, ranging from flooding of the tracks and adjacent infrastructure, backwater effects at culverts and especially at bridges, and also large-scale railway embankment failure can occur. So the second important step would be to record and classify damages for a more climate-resilient railway. As currently no uniform classification scheme exists for this type of disturbances to railway infrastructure, we developed a possible classification scheme. It is a kind of database, and it provides categories for object groups to determine which part of the railway infrastructure is affected and for the damage processes. So it is possible for each reported damage to give them an object category, which part is affected. Here you can choose between 7 categories and several subcategories. And for the damage process, 6 categories were available with several subcategories. To validate this classification scheme, we applied it for a route section of the Eifel route. This is also a railway line which was affected during the 2021 event. There are several photographs and reports were available on the damages occurring on this railway line, and it proved to be applicable to use this classification scheme. Just to show you an example, the dominating process which could be observed on the 606 photographs and reports were erosion and transport and deposit of flotsam. So when we know what and where it can happen, it is possible to derive adaptation measures. So on the following slide, I would like to show you some recommendation for the processes I already mentioned, what can we do to make the railway more resilient towards these different processes and damages. The examples shown on these pictures here are taken from the R Valley route, also one of the railway lines which was affected during the 2021 flood event. To avoid the flooding of the track and the adjacent infrastructure, the best thing would be to relocate the railway line, to relocate it outside the flood-prone areas. However, that is often not possible, but in the case of the R Valley, some critical points, like some stations, are removed and relocated during the rebuilding to another location. Another useful recommendation is to adapt the dimensions of culverts to the projected climate change. So in a flooding event, they can absorb more water and the flooding of the track does not occur. To avoid congestions at bridges, it is highly recommended to build railway bridges more flood resilient. So to use slimmer bridge structures, use less piers, or locate the piers outside the riverbed if it is possible. In the case of the R Valley, most of the former railway bridges were old stone arch bridges. All but one were completely destroyed, so they had to be demolished, and the new bridges are given the flood-resistant design, as I mentioned here. And coming to the last point, the railway embankment failure. The best thing to avoid it is also the relocation of the railway line, but if this is not possible, the resistance of the railway embankment can be increased with special techniques. Here also one of the examples from the R Valley Railway. Here large-scale railway embankment failure occurs over a length of approximately 1 kilometer, and it is rebuilt on the same location for the new railway line. So coming to the conclusions, I hope I could show you with my presentation that heavy precipitation events and associated processes already have serious impacts on railway infrastructure. And as the magnitude and frequency of heavy precipitation events is very likely to increase in future, there's a great issue to implement climate resilient construction methods, and there's an urgent need to develop adaptation to heavy precipitation events. With the research results I presented and which we are developing at the German Center for Rail Traffic Research, we provide decision-making support for adaptation measures and recommendations for action. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sonia. And unfortunately, we are still a bit behind some minutes, so I will also move to the next speaker. We have understood that the financing was one of the critical challenge and mentioned quite a lot in the Slido pool. And the Commission made a support study on the climate adaptation and cross-border investment needs to realize the TNT network. And we have here Nevena Gavrilyugova-Bolsi, who will present this study. So Nevena, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, also from my side, for also inviting me to speak on this event and present our study. I hope I can work the slides well. Oops. There you go. So the relevance of the topic was emphasized in many of the presentations before me by the opening speeches, so I'm not going to dwell a lot on that, but just to provide you a little bit of political context, you remember the 2019 Green Deal, which set out not only decarbonization objectives for Europe by 2050, but also climate resilience objectives. And then we had the European Climate Risk Assessment, it was mentioned by the first speaker, as well as the follow-up communication on managing climate risks published in March 2024, which confirmed that Europe is the fastest warming continent in the world with high climate risk for European infrastructure among many other sectors. For the current Commission, we have the political guidelines, and in those guidelines, the European Climate Adaptation Plan was mentioned to be developed to support Member States on preparedness and planning and to ensure regular science-based risk assessments. So, in that context, in December 2024, DG Mobility and Transport published a study to address these concerns in the context of the trans-European transport network in particular. What are the objectives and scope? There are two interrelated objectives. First of all, to identify past climate impacts and their costs, and then to model future climate risks on the TEN-T network, and based on that to determine the needed adaptation measures to address them and the corresponding investment needs. And then the second objective of the study was to identify cross-border investment gaps on the TEN-T core and extended core network. They are interrelated objectives because looking at climate resilience systemically, on the one hand, you have to estimate the risks on the network, but also completing the TEN-T network will provide more alternatives in the case of climate-related events to shift traffic. So those two objectives are interrelated from that point of view. We are looking in this study at the following hazards: drought, heat waves, river floods, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and sea level rise, which is driving coastal floods. What we are not looking at are cold waves, landslides, flash floods, and windstorms. So how are the hazards selected? Not only due to their high impact on the infrastructure, but also at the time of drafting the study, data for them was available in a manner that enabled coherent risk assessments across Europe. Flash floods and landslides, we heard them mentioned in many of the speeches before. At the time of drafting of the study, and maybe it's still the case, data on those made it difficult to allow for a systematic comparison of them for the TEN-T network in comparison to the other hazard categories. In the case of landslide, moreover, they are location specific, they are controlled by a variety of physical mechanisms such as, for instance, deforestation or earthquakes, so it's difficult to link climate change specifically or the direct impact on the occurrence of landslides. And then flash floods, they're acute hazards for which the main weather driving mechanism is an intense and short precipitation event. This is what happened in Valencia. So again, it's difficult to link the impact of climate change specifically to these occurrences, because they could be driven by a different factor. So based on that, the first step of the study, as I mentioned, is to find out the exposure of the TEN-T network to past climate extremes. This was difficult because there are not that many databases which geolocate these occurrences. So based on the database that was used, we managed to discover this information from 2010 to 2018 for the TEN-T network. And you see that for railways, the threat which came out as the most significant in the past was extreme heat, followed by storms and floods. Zeroing in on the losses and economic impacts and on flood damage, which was already mentioned as the predominant current hazard for transport modes. According to the study, losses for railways and roads in the period from 2010 to 2022 amounted to 8.5 billion, more or less. And those losses were attributed mostly to river floods, 74%, followed by flash floods, 22%. Italy and France were the countries with the highest number of events, but Germany was the country with the highest economic losses reported. Then the next question asked by the study was on the future exposure of the TEN-T network to climate extremes. The exposure analysis was conducted for 2 time horizons, a mid-century horizon and an end-of-century horizon, and for 3 emission scenarios. The more optimistic one, so to say, a medium-high emission scenario and a very high emission scenario. In the main text of the study, results are presented for the medium-high emission scenario because it most closely resembles the extrapolation of current climate policies into the future. with a best estimate outcome of around 3 degrees increase by 2100. However, this is not a judgment on, and again it was clarified, there are different scenarios, there are different assumptions. It's not a judgment on how things are going to be. Different futures, including those in line with the other scenarios, are possible depending on our future collective actions. And results for the other two scenarios are also presented in the annexes of the study. So what does that mean in terms of concrete results? This is the resulting map for heat waves and heat waves impacts on railways. We have the information for RCP 6.0 for mid-century and end-century, and it shows that half of European railways will experience at least 16 times more heat waves by 2050 compared to today under a medium-high emission scenario. And by the end of the century, the exposure will further rise, with railways experiencing around a 34-fold rise in exposure. For river floods, ports, railways, and roads will experience similar increases in river flood exposure. So this is by around 20% on average increase by mid-century, and newly exposed areas ranging from 3.5 to 4.6%. For droughts, the impact on railways will increase by 14 times by mid-century, with 47% of the network becoming newly exposed. And by the end of the century, the exposure to droughts will rise even further, with railways experiencing around 28 to 30 times more droughts. In terms of wildfires, we see an increase ranging from 6.2 to 10.2% of newly exposed areas, and overall increases of around 50 to 80% for railways. The Mediterranean area, unsurprisingly, will experience the strongest increase, in particular Spain and Portugal, as well as Eastern Europe. This is just a summary of the average exposure for all the modes. I'm not going to dwell on it now because we don't have that much time. When we talk about climate risks, not only the exposure is relevant, however, but also the vulnerability. And this is what the study aimed to do as well for the TEN-T network. It composed a transport vulnerability index trying to determine this component. And it's a composite indicator, which is an aggregate of 10 dimensions of vulnerability as found to be relevant in existing literature. And those dimensions determine the transport vulnerability impact through their effects on absorptive capacity, adaptive capacity, and restorative capacity. And here you can see a little map how that looks in practice. So the transport vulnerability index ranges from 0.20, which is least exposed, to 0.50, which is most vulnerable. But it's important here to emphasize that there is no member state which is either strong or weak across all dimensions of vulnerability. So this is just an indicative map showing the effects overall. Flooding was mentioned a lot, and in fact we had a workshop with different stakeholders, infrastructure managers, member states in January 2024 to talk about risks and to talk about adaptation measures and which risks are predominant. And flooding, both pluvial and fluvial, came up as the risk which is most perceived currently. So the study has a separate section on that when it comes to risk of river flooding at present. And this is also consistent with the findings of the European Climate Risk Assessment for the infrastructure cluster. So the conclusion there is that pluvial and fluvial flooding are most urgent to act on in the present moment when it comes to railways, but also other transport modes. Then looking at the future, the study aims to determine the TEN-T railways at future risk and in need of adaptation, and this is not only done on the basis of exposure, but also on hazard-specific thresholds, which determine if the infrastructure would be at risk from a certain hazard. And then on the basis of that, the study computes the risks for all the modes and all of the risk combinations that are relevant per mode. And here we find out that the railway system is the mode with the highest quantity of infrastructure at risk today and in the future. Coming now to the third step, the determination of adaptation measures and the development of a cost database. The study derived adaptation costs for the TEN-T based on the risks identified for the network. This was based on previous studies, expert interviews, questionnaires, and the stakeholder workshop that I mentioned. It determined unit cost figures, which are mode and hazard specific. So the risks linked with certain hazards could be tied to appropriate adaptation measures for the potentially affected infrastructure. And this was then applied for each mode, such that the adaptation costs could be estimated by mode, aggregating the investment costs for all hazards. Here you can see some of the adaptation measures with a focus on railways. We heard at length from previous participants, so this is just FYI. And coming to the final step, the determination of adaptation investment needs under the 3 examined scenarios. You can see that under all scenarios by 2040, the adaptation needs are close to 70 billion euros. And then depending on the scenario and the time frame, they increase or decrease by the end of the century. In this table, you can see adaptation costs per member states and hazard for the railways in particular. And we can see that the need for investments in railway adaptation based on the study are highest for the hazard of heat waves, followed by flood. I would like to speak a little bit about the caveats linked to this study. We conducted the study in a relatively short time frame. I must say that we underestimated the difficulty of the exercise. For instance, the database that we used, it had a very large spatial resolution, so certain hazards could be estimated better than others. So this should be taken into account. Then, as I mentioned already in the beginning, not all relevant hazards, for instance, pluvial floods, they're not part of the analysis, and we know that those can have, in terms of economic impacts and physical impacts, very substantial impacts. Then, for instance, urban nodes are not covered in the analysis because their regional analysis and local risk factors are crucial, and then combining that into the whole network analysis would have been almost impossible. Then, when estimating vulnerability, we found out that it's very difficult to have network-specific or local-level indicators. We're trying to correct that now already. We're working together with the JRC to develop some sort of a database of the vulnerability of the TEN-T network, looking at railway, bridges and tunnels in particular, to have a little bit of an inventory of the age of the infrastructure and to be able to complete the analysis on that basis or prioritize investments. And then the study only focuses on the preparedness dimension, so preventive adaptation, but it's also important to look at response and recovery dimensions and to showcase the trade-offs between adapting to climate change versus bearing certain risks. And as we heard, this can be very context specific. It was challenging to obtain accurate cost data and including for climate adaptation measures. So this is something that we need to work on for the TEN-T. Oops. Conclusions and recommendations. Very specifically for the TEN-T context, we need to streamline climate adaptation via the new governance mechanisms of the TEN-T regulation. For each transport corridor, now we have a climate resilience working group gathering all stakeholders to discuss adaptation for the particular corridors. Then what became clear is that member states are at different levels of TEN-T adaptation preparedness, specifically when it comes to climate risk assessments. A significant investment gap was discovered of close to 70 billion euros in this regard. Funding, very important. EU co-funding should not only be available, but also compliant with climate adaptation. Adaptation to cope with present conditions should come up front, and then we should figure out how to prioritize future adaptation investments. And balance should be found between investing in adaptation, damage repair, and mitigation. Facilitation of best practices, we're already trying to do a lot to address that. And we need to also conduct future analysis, hopefully a little bit more granular, to address the existing caveats. So this is all from me. Thank you very much. You can find the study. I hope I didn't take too long.
Thank you very much, Nevena. One last presentation before well-deserved coffee break, and I think the challenge of getting accurate data will be repeated. From my colleague Eva Valéry will present the preliminary results of our study.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Idris. I'm really happy to share these preliminary results of the ERA studies, on which with Idris and Francesco we are working on. Do you have this? Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. So thanks to the introduction speeches, I can go quickly also for the time that we have to the background of the study. So in 2024, the agency published the first rail environmental report in which we identified the data gap, mainly on frequency and severity of extreme weather events. In late 2024, we received a request from the Commission to aim to perform a dedicated study to understand two main aspects. First, to collect data at European level of frequency and severity of extreme weather events. And second was about to assess and, if necessary, to propose changes to the technical European legal framework to enhance the resilience of the rail system due to climate change. The lack of definition was already mentioned by our executive director, so very quickly we collected data with the extensive damages and extensive disruption of traffic, and we cover, of course, the European Union, plus Norway, Switzerland, and UK. We had the ambition to collect the last 20 years data thanks to the collaboration of all main infrastructure managers in Europe. It's important to share a quick overview of the methodology. 4 steps. For the scope of the study, after a very deep research desk, where we went through around more of 20 documents, we exchanged with several important organizations. Many of them are here today. I would like to mention them because they supported us since the beginning. The European Environmental Agency, AIB and JASPER colleagues, DZSF, UIC, International Transport Forum of the OECD, and of course the 2 representative bodies, AIM and CER, and EPF Mobility of Belgium. So the second step was to collect, as mentioned, 20 years data of extreme weather events. We had a really good response rate. 22 out of 28 infra manager responded, which represent, of course, 80% of response rate, and 20 out of 22 provided data. It's important to say that these 22 IM cover the 77% of the network, European network. I would like to mention that it was not easy for infra manager to provide 20 years data. So to maximize the response rate, of course, we accept data in different formats, which implied, of course, in the data analysis, a further data harmonization and integration. Just to give you an idea, we receive 230,000 records of extreme weather events, and the number of extreme weather events within the scope of the study and after a first data cleaning is around 11,000. So the third step was aimed to gather additional qualitative information with bilaterally exchanged with all infra managing in Europe. Indeed, also in this case, we have a very good response rate, 95% of them. And later on, we will see a couple of aspects. We collected, of course, a huge range of aspects related to the climate change and the best practices in making the rail system more resilient. To complete the picture, of course, we have realized a short survey to national safety authorities aimed to collect qualitative information on their role in supervision, specifically in the monitoring, 3 points, in the monitoring of events, frequency of events, and the impact of these events, about the climate risk and contingency arrangement. In particular, we referred the single service certificate, safety authorizations, and also about the national rules in place. The deadline of this service is today, so if there is still some NSA that could reply, are very welcome. We receive around 12 replies so far. Here we go. Okay, so we would like to present very quickly this climate railway risk wheel we created that visually connect 4 layers, 4 dimensions. In the inner cycle, we have the climate pressure. Then we have the climate hazards. Then these hazards will result in railway risk. And in the outer cycle, we have the geographical scope. We, of course, are aware that it's not possible to read the text, but we just wanted to present you the wheel that, of course, will be clearly visible in the final report and also thoroughly explained, also including example. Okay, so one of the insights we gather from the bilateral interviews with IM is that 74% of infra managers representing the 84% of the European network they declared that they perceived an increase of the weather events impact on rail infrastructure and operations, of course using a different range of metrics, as also were shown in the previous presentations. Also, we created a map concerning the main climate hazard mentioned by infra manager, and we can see that flood is affecting all Europe, South Europe. Then we have, of course, an important impact of landslides, and I would like to mention also storm, mainly in the center north of Europe. Also, these results, let's say, are in line with the previous speakers' insights. Okay, so then we thought, let's go to see the one of the main results of the data analysis. So these slides show the trend of extreme weather events affecting the European railway system. So it's the total number of extreme weather events affecting the European railway system. It's important to say that in 2024, the data are partial, but if we simulate the data in aggregated level for the entire year, it's an estimation, of course, we have the same level as the last few years. Then the first insight that we can share is that definitely we can say that the total number of extreme weather events is increasing over time, also through the data gathered from the infra manager. Then we can, of course, talking about the specific hazards, we can mention the important role played by flood, by, of course, landslide, heavy precipitation, and heat waves. Furthermore, of course, there is also an important part of events dedicated to the high wind and hurricane. This slide shows the extreme weather events disaggregated by country. Of course, in the final report, you will see and very well, and will be, let's say, further explained, just to show the combination of the extreme weather events by each countries. And we can say that there is a variety in terms of number and type of extreme weather events that infra-manager face. Indeed, we have to say that except very few of them, the majority of, almost all of infra-manager face several challenges. And of course, this has some operational important, let's say, impact to deal, to prevent, to manage, to anticipate these events. Yeah, then this part relate to the severity of this extreme weather event. I had to apologize myself because we will not show the cost as was the main point of the Slido question at the beginning, but the number of hours was indeed one of the indicators that we use in order to explain, to understand the impact of extreme weather event. And as you can see, for the data showed for the last 10 years, there is an increase of delays, mirroring, of course, the trend of the total number of extreme weather events. It was already mentioned, the statistics by our executive director, that we calculated that from 3 to 7 years lost due to delay every year. Of course, this slide data will undergo further data cleaning, but the general picture is very clear and stable. Concerning the previous statistic, we also wanted to share with you preliminary results connected to the delays, but linked to extreme weather events. So we can see the share of the events by here, and we see that, of course, flood, we have landslide, have also heavy precipitation, have a very impact in terms of hour delayed on the European railway systems. And in addition of this, of course, also the hazard linked to high wind and hurricane, it's notable. From the bilateral interview, we wanted to share the main 4 challenges as reported by infra managers, and are data collection and IT management and tools, budget constraints, also an aspect already mentioned, internal change management and decision-making process, and last but not the least, no common methodologies, a topic that was already mentioned by several speakers. So just to give you a few statistics, if the time allows, yes. Concerning the data was already mentioned, but I would like to recall that the 37% of infra managers interviewed systematically collect data and analyze them. An additional 33% have different databases, not interconnected between them, but also without any link about the cause of the events. So also for this was not easy for infra manager to provide such a long time frame of data. And the last remaining 30% have limited data collection. But let's share some statistics also with reference to the common methodologies. So the 22% concern the adaptation plan. I would like to highlight that around the half of infra manager have an adaptation plan or have a national plan, but including, of course, the rail infrastructure. An additional 11% is currently working to have an adaptation plan, and the remaining 37% don't have an adaptation plan for now. Also in terms, we have a similar situation in terms of climate projection, a topic that was previously mentioned. So around 40% uses climate projections. An additional 33 of IM climate projection carry out climate projection on certain location of the network, while the remaining 26% don't perform climate projection. Of course, it's important to say that the final goal mentioned by all the main infrastructure manager is to build a well-prioritized investment planning. Okay, after the challenges, infra manager reported also the proposals. So we included some of them. I would like just to mention a couple of them. The need of a common rule and guidelines on a wide range of topics like climate risk assessment, vegetation tree management, and also about the climate projection. Then I would like to recall, already mentioned by other previous speakers, more cooperation between infra manager during crisis. Already there is a cooperation, but they are eager that this cooperation would be more easy and comprehensive with more infra managers, and also this cooperation was recalled with reference to funding calls and resilience requirements. Also about the resilient metrics, attention was shared with us to define a catalog of best practice, and a proposal was also very precise to develop a landslide directive following with the good experience had with the flood one. Of course, last but not the least, the most financial support. In terms of next steps, for the last minutes in sharing that, of course, thank you all here in person and remotely to provide the inputs for our report. So we will include the inputs we gather during all the speeches of today. The drafting report will take place from June to September 2025. The sector, the consultant organization will have the possibility to provide feedback, comments, additional proposals by the end of October. There will be a dedicated workshop to share the final version of the final draft version of the reports and comment on the potential proposals the 13th of November, so please save the date. And in terms of deliverable, the draft report available for a consulted organization will be made available by the end of September. The final report will be sent to the Commission by the end of the year, while it will be publicly available by beginning of next year. Thank you. I didn't recover all the time. Sorry for that, but we had many insights to share. So back to you. Thank you.
We are late, so we don't have time for questions. So identify the speakers and use the coffee time to raise your question to them. I propose to jump directly to the coffee break because we are already quite late, and we have also dense panels after. So see you back maybe in.
Maybe we can use the opportunity for a quick family photo as everybody is here. If we could ask everybody to come up
It's slightly good afternoon now. Welcome back from the well-deserved coffee break, and thank you very much for making it back. I would like to welcome you back for the first panel of today, which will be on rail resilience in the EU, the status quo, knowledge sharing, and best practice. We will hear from 5 different perspectives what is currently being done to adapt the railways to climate change. A bit of a note before I start introducing the speakers of this panel. When I'm not working on the climate resilience part, I'm also covering military mobility in my team, and I notice more and more how these intersect. So, as mentioned also earlier, I think it's important to keep that in mind also because we need the railways to help with any other emergencies. So, for the run-through of this panel, I will introduce the panelists, and then each of them will have 3 to 4 minutes to say what they want to say on their topic. Afterwards, I will ask questions to the panel. We have some prepared ones, and then we eventually go to lunch, but first the panelists. So to start with, we will hear from Michael Ochsner. She's a PhD candidate at Lund University and also affiliated with K2. Do come up. Start coming up, please. She's also affiliated with K2, which is the Swedish Knowledge Center for Collective Mobility, and she recently stayed in Tokyo to learn about risk management of railway sector in Japan. No, that is on purpose. Thank you. Her background is in physical geography and sustainability studies, and her research focuses on climate change, risks and uncertainties, and how they can be handled by the railway sector. This is done in 2 parts. First, she's been analyzing the impact of weather on infrastructure and operations, and then the second part is the barriers to climate change adoption in the sector. Our second speaker will be Violeta González Aleña. She's the deputy... Okay. Okay, that's how we'll do it, yes. She's the Deputy Director of Technical Management of European Aid and European Funds and Project, at the European Funds and Project Financing Directorate of ADIF since 2017. Her background is in civil engineering with 23 years of experience in the Spanish railway sector, particularly focusing on high-speed infrastructure construction and management. Our third speaker will be Lene Björvel. No claps, good, okay. She's the Climate Adaptation Manager at Bane Denmark, where her work focuses on climate change, climate adaptation, and risk-based assessments. Her background is engineering, with particular focus on environmental technology, and a master's in climate adaptation, plus 10 years of experience in the railway sector. Also to note is, since 2023, she's been part of the UN Economic Commission for Europe's group of experts on assessment of climate change impacts and adaptation for inland transport. Our fourth speaker will be Anthony Holmes. Clap, no, clap, yeah. He is manager for sustainability and environment at Deutsche Bahn, so the headquarter part of Deutsche Bahn, since 2023, where he works towards the net neutrality goals of the company and enhancing climate resilience. His background is in political sciences and public international law and EU law. And that brings us to our last speaker, who is Andreas Schirmer. And he's the coordinator, standardization, and the joint network secretary, with which we have heard alluded to, in the Railway Systems Department at the agency, so ERA. And his background is in mechanical engineering, including a PhD. And before he joined the agency in 2009, he worked for 6 years at the German NSA, the Eisenbahnbundesamt. I will now sit down. So, okay, you can pick up the microphone already because you're first. But to start off, Michelle will show us the highlights of her work over the past few years relating to the Swedish railway network.
Yes, so my research is, the first half is I mentioned, I don't know how to do this, sorry. Looking at the impact of weather on railway operations and on infrastructure in Sweden. And right now we see that the infrastructure and operations are mostly vulnerable to winter conditions. So this is higher snow depth, low temperatures, as well as high wind speeds. There's a lot of like high wind storms that happen in the winter, especially in the south of Sweden. But in light of climate change, Sweden is expected to have an increase in precipitation, especially during the winter months. So this can also greatly differ depending on where you are in the country. In some places, this might mean more snow or a shift to rain with the coupled increase in temperature. But regarding temperature, the mean annual temperature is also expected to increase, with the greatest increases happening in the winter and in the Arctic regions as well of Sweden. So this obviously has some implications on operations and infrastructure management, but also for passengers, for when we do our maintenance, for the maintenance staff and practices. So in Sweden, the legislation for adaptation is top-down, so it comes from the Swedish government, but the implementation is actually more bottom-up. So there's the greatest responsibility on the property owner, and this is quite fragmented approach, and it's led to some issues with coordination, and the responsibility is quite unclear, especially in the railway sector, where the knowledge of adaptation is sometimes lower, but also because we have situations now where there's the Swedish Transport Administration owning the state-owned railways, so they own most of the tracks and platforms, but there's other actors that own stations, and the municipalities owning the land around. And in Lund, for instance, where the university is, the tram tracks are owned by the municipality, but the rolling stock and the maintenance facilities are then owned by the region. So there's quite an unclear distribution of responsibilities in case of an event, who should take on that risk, and also for financing, who is then responsible for financing those things and coming up with solutions. And so some possible improvements, especially as, I mean, it's a lot of what we've already talked about, but the prioritization, especially as we're moving to more securitization, how do we ensure that climate risks are not forgotten? And that's in line with the clear responsibilities, especially in a lot of organizations. We have adaptation kind of scattered across different silos. If you have like safety and technical departments, but then a department working on adaptation, so how do we kind of make sure that we coordinate and make sure that we are all working together? I think there's a lot to learn from each other, in regards to adaptation, securitization, disaster risk reduction, and crisis management, etc. And also what was talked about is how to think long-term, especially since railway infrastructure is so long-lasting, and we're still uncertain about climate change. So what we say today is maybe 1 in 50-year flood may change in a few years' time. So it's definitely, I don't really know the answer, difficult to kind of think about when you invest in new infrastructure, how do we deal with these issues, and moving from reactive to proactive management, which we also talked about, and how to think of adaptation more of an investment instead of a cost. Since a lot of times I think it's also, we're trying to solve the problems that are happening here and now, but how do we think more long term? So, I hope that was...
Yes, thank you very much. That was very good. Thank you for briefly analyzing the Swedish network, and also for starting us to think about the governance of this topic. In particular, I'm hearing also a bit of maybe necessarily the risk owners are not aware of the risk that they are in charge of. So thank you. I would now like to hand over to Violeta to share a bit about her work at the Spanish infrastructure manager ADIF on similarly analyzing vulnerabilities and risks, and the role played by national climate change adaptation plans. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a master plan to combat climate change that it gives us plenty of time to assess all our network. It's supposed to be analyzed in 2030. That it was a really long time, but previous to that, it was a requirement that we have for the ERDF funds in the period 2014-2020, and that was the beginning for us in ADIF to begin to assess climate change. And what do we have to do? In those days, we didn't really know what to do, so we asked the Commission, and the Commission suggested us to talk with Jaspers, European Investment Bank. So with that, we began working with them. We organized a workshop in Madrid, and we established a standard to analyze this, how to analyze the vulnerability and risk of our network, or the new railway lines that were being funded by the Commission. At the beginning, it was only for ERDF funds, and then the Recovery and Resilience Plan came. And then it was also a requirement because we have to fulfill the DNSH. So ADIF has almost 6,000 million in this recovery plan, and that makes us to assess a great part of our network. This plan ends in the middle of 2026, June 2026 next year. So at that point, we will have assessed almost 70% of our network, 60% at the end of this year, and the rest for the years to come. And the rest of the network will be assessed in the following years. All these assessments are not something that we do for not only to fulfill the requirement from the Commission. We go back to them every year to see if something has changed or we have more information from the maintenance teams. And also the standard was published, the first version in 2020, but last year in 2024, we published the second edition, and we are already working in the third edition. As more as we know, doing all this analysis, we realize that it doesn't really match what we want. Till now, it was more a qualitative approach, and we are trying to get a more quantitative approach. We have been continue working with the European Investment Bank, with Jaspers, and obviously is now a requirement also for the ERDF funds in this period, 2021-2027. It's going to be a requirement for the CEF facility funds also. So it's here, and we have to do it for all the funds, but also because we need to do it for ourselves, for our network. And we know we need an investment plan from the results of all these assessments that we are doing. And that's one of the key points for us now, to how to create this investment plan. We need funds, obviously. It's always something, we are always in the line, because you can have, if you talk with the maintenance team, they say, okay, from your analysis, this has come, but with what funds are we going to do it? We don't have so much funds for maintenance, so that's a key point. Thank you. And till now, what we have been doing, apart of these assessments, obviously, are different studies of flood-prone areas. We have installed some water-height gauges in transversal drainage that are affected mostly by pluvial flooding that, as it was mentioned before by Sonia, are difficult to manage because are not always easy to predict. So with these gauges, you measure the height of the water, and it gives information to the command post control. And it depends where it is, it will slow down the speed of the trains or it will stop them. We have also performed a study that Francisco was mentioning before about track deformations, and he was mentioning that we have changed our neutralization temperature standard also. And we are monitoring all incidents, including those caused by climatological effects. We have been doing this. We have an application. It's one of those that it was mentioned in this study that Eva mentioned it before. And sometimes we put information but not link it correctly with the meteorological phenomena. And we are working on it to improve all the data and not give a blank space, but to give the people solutions to how to assess that could make it easier later on to assess the problems that we are having. And a really important part for us are the emergency procedures. What to do when you have floods, what to do when you have a storm, or a storm that causes rain or snow, and also for summer. It was published 2 weeks ago, our summer protection plan that is published every summer to know how to deal with fires or wave heats, and in the constructions or in the maintenance teams, what hours we cannot work, and depending on the weather temperatures that we have.
Thank you very much for this excellent overview of what you've already been doing in Spain. Particularly speaking for the Commission, it's very good news to hear that this climate adaptation assessment that is required for EU funds now for quite a few years has actually had a positive impact in also allowing you to gain the required skills and experience to conduct these investments. There are still, when it happens that a freshly EU-funded piece of infrastructure gets flushed away in a flood, it's very painful in terms of how taxpayer money is used, so I'm glad that there is a reduction of this to be seen, hopefully. So now I would like to hand over to Lena, who will focus her intervention of the effects seen from rain or lack thereof in Denmark just in the past 2 years alone.
Thank you. See if I can get this one to work. Oh, sorry. Too quick. Okay, first I just want to share a little bit about the work we're doing in the UN. I'm a part of the group of experts on assessment of climate change impact and adaptation for inland transport. The mandate is just finishing this year, so there will be a report coming out next year providing some guidelines and some case studies and a little bit about legislation and best practice on how to handle climate change. We're also giving some projections on how the future looks like throughout the UN. So, yeah. Oh, not very good. One back. So in Denmark, I think we are hit by rain. That's our main issue in Denmark. And as you can see, 2024 was one of the wettest years. It was the year where we had the most landslides, the most dam closures, the most eruption on the railway. And the beginning of this year was the driest season, so we had drought, which caused a completely different issue of wildfires along the railway. This is from a few months ago, where there was a brake that was stuck on rail goods, and that caused 300 square meters of wildfire. And the reason why this is also an issue is that we tend to forget that we have more than just one climate change issue and more than just one hazard. So we can't just deal with one without thinking about the other one. So I think we are hit a little bit all the way around. So what we're doing in Denmark is that besides risk assessment, which is our approach, we made the assessment of the railway network of Denmark. We have 3,500 kilometers of railway network. And we did that on a vulnerability assessment where we looked at the railway infrastructure, where are we vulnerable and how do they coexist between the different elements of the railway structure. Based on that and a lot of data, we are also swimming in data in Denmark, and we have a lot of national data, a lot of modeling. We took all of that into a GIS model, and then we converted the data and we got a lot of high risk areas. First it was heavy precipitation, and the method that we're using now is that we are surveilling it a little bit like you're doing. So we are currently installing 1,200 sensors in Denmark, measuring water levels. On each water crossing, we have a sensor on the inlet and the outlet side, because what we're seeing is not only the flow through, but when you have a lot of heavy rains, you get blockage, which actually causes erosion and dam closure. So we are measuring the difference in the water level. What we also saw was that the prediction from the Meteorological Institute of Denmark isn't detailed enough for us to regulate the rail traffic. So we are also installing a lot of rain gauger to measure how much rain is actually dropping. And that was due to an incident in 2021 where the dam flushed away. And we talked to the Meteorological Institute that told us the nearest rain gauger was 300 kilometers away, and it only measured 36 millimeters. So they had to go back and look at the sky formation and found out there was actually 200 millimeters of rain in 1 hour in that area. But we can't really regulate traffic based on that. What we also decided was that we are data sharing, so all the sensors we're installing is also public knowledge, so everybody can go on the website and take out measurements. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lene, for this very interesting talk, also particularly on the data collection, management, and sharing aspect. I think especially being publicly available can be interesting also for the academia side whenever they're looking for data to analyze for whatever projects. And also thank you for introducing us to the work of the expert group. Now I would like to hand over to Anthony, who will explain a bit more about how adaptation to climate change is addressed in his works. So perhaps with a particular note to heat waves in Germany, but I lost track of that. So.
We'll get to heat waves
Perfect.
at some point, yes, definitely. Okay. Yeah, well, first of all, the slide will come up. Yes, thank you very much to the technicians. One topic that hasn't been addressed today so far that much, and which I just thought was important to mention also after the introductory remarks, also that climate change might not be the hottest topic on the table at the moment or on the plate, is that at Deutsche Bahn we also still strive for becoming climate neutral in 2040. And of course that is also a big measure, hopefully reducing the long-term effects of climate adaptation, but I think it is always important to also address these topics, climate mitigation and climate adaptation, twofold and in parallel. I will now walk you through some of our work for the last few years. We have also focused on climate resilience for quite some years already. Take you through our strategic approach before then also looking at the science we have gathered in cooperation with scientific bodies, as well as then possibly what could be called a quick win. So also giving you an insight into our motor and what creates then the bigger picture of climate adaptation. I have pressed and I'm still, I'm trying to be patient. Yes, perfect. Because as a state-owned company, Deutsche Bahn, we are exposed to several drivers. Climate resilience, or the discussion on climate resilience, hasn't just come up because it's en vogue or because it's the zeitgeist or whatever, but it's because it is becoming an internal part of the risk management of companies, also within the rail sector, and therefore it is part of our sustainability risk management, but also becoming part of our financial risk management due to the effects occurred. Of course, one of the key drivers for us are the climate change impacts. We talked about the Ahrtal flood, the Ahr Valley flood earlier, but yes, we also see that they are picking up in numbers, and therefore also those numbers translate also to monetary values. Then laws and regulations, climate resilience, climate adaptation is becoming much more important, and we also see it within the political landscape, and that also poses obligations onto us as a railway operator, as well, as a big company, also big European German company. To mention there is on the national level, for example, the German climate adaptation law, but also on the European level, if we look at the 10T regulation, the climate proofing, we haven't talked about the climate proofing so far today. We will be very curious to see how this actually unfolds in reality and which consequences it will carry. And then also to mention, and maybe making the bridge to Miriam, what you said also on security and military security, the CER directive, Critical Entities Resilience Directive, which is coming from a different perspective, but which is also seeing climate resilience as a key European security threat, and therefore also imposing obligations onto us. And then, of course, there are the different stakeholders that are pushing us, the German government, not latest after the floods and heavy rainfall last year, 2024, when in June we had 400 long-distance trains impacted every day due to heavy rain and floods. But of course also our customers, the passengers, as well as pointed out the employees, the people actually operating the different systems. And then lastly, reporting CSRD, taxonomy, which are also a central topic, and imposing obligations onto companies. And therefore, we decided to take the step to actually take a holistic approach to this. I think it is easy oftentimes to focus on the, maybe then first look at the technical parts, but we just want to also stress that it's very important to look at the people, infrastructure, vehicles, and buildings. So one of the steps we have taken to also know more about our exposition to climate change and extreme weather events was to cooperate with the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. In 2019 and in 2021, they published 2 studies, or created 2 studies for us. And from these studies, briefly, I would just want to summarize that we can see certain trends. First of all, heat days, as could be expected, will increase drastically, while frost days will show a strong decrease. However, we also see and have seen in the last years that local extreme weather events cannot be ruled out. And then on the other hand, heavy rainfall and storm days, there's no clear trend, but we know that the intensity will actually increase. And that's also, if you then look on the far right, the extra boxes I put there, that's actually our current exposition so far. So we see that storm days show the highest frequency, and also exponentially with the intensity of the storms, the damages also increase. Heavy rainfall and floods have shown the greatest impact, but then heat days are also massively increasing and pose another interesting challenge to us, which might be the indefinite damage correlation. And I brought one example here as we analyzed why some of our switchgear technology in buildings posed technical issues. And through our analysis in our, from the statistics of more than 9,500 concrete switchgear buildings all over Germany, we discovered we had 220 technical issues per year, and which led to approximately 1,600 minutes of delay. And then putting this, the data on top of actual hot days, heat days, more than 30 degrees, we realized that the number of technical issues on those days was then twice as high. We then took the next step and actually measured the temperature on these heat days within those concrete switchgear buildings, and realized that the temperature was then sometimes exceeded by more than, or up to 11 degrees than what was actually recommended in the guidelines. So we tried different measures to tackle this. Of course, to everyone, the idea comes, which we also do in our houses, etc., air conditioning and fans, etc. We tried many different measures, and I'm also very happy about the creativity of our colleagues, and actually in the end found out that the most cost-effective and also winning with the performance that we then witnessed was the reflective paint. And this was actually a very cost-effective measure, which we now try to also roll out in more and more cases all over Germany. But just to give you a brief insight into a small building block within the bigger picture. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for giving us an overview on how you address this within Deutsche Bahn and the more holistic approach taken, and particularly also to give us a solution so we can start looking into what can actually be done, and sometimes it is also the cheaper one. That's very good to hear. I would now like to hand over to our final panelist, Andreas, who will bring us back to Denmark, but this time talking about crosswind, not rain, and the JNS, of course.
Thank you very much, Miriam, and welcome to my slides. Just 3 slides. First of all, what is the JNS? And then I come to the Danish example. It's a very, very effective tool to come quickly together to solutions, technical solutions, operational solutions to respond to any issue, I would say, in the European Union. So European-wide harmonized solutions. But what is the JNS in detail? So it's called Joint Network Secretariat, and it has its origin in a horrible accident we had 2009 in Via Reggio in Italy, where a tank wagon derailed and the good LPG exploded, 30 fatalities. And all this has been caused by an axle rupture. And it was very quickly clear we need to discuss maintenance rules, inspection rules, and not at national level, but at European level. We have seen the need to bring the responsible parties together to talk about this accident and to develop together risk control measures. And who is responsible for safety? In the European Union, it's the revenue takings and the infrastructure managers, the entities in charge of maintenance, the keepers, and so on. So those experts we need. And if they act responsibly and correctly in accordance with the legislation and sufficiently in order to assure safety, this is supervised by the national safety authorities. These are the other important players. And so we have seen the need that these parties talk to each other and find commonly agreed solutions in order to create a leveled, of course, first of all, to increase or improve safety, but also to create a leveled playing field and to create also legal certainty for the actors, so that no national safety authority can come with national rules or a particular way to solve the issue, which would then hamper interoperability. So we brought all them together. This was very successful. It was shared by the agency. We made sure that the European framework is respected, and afterwards the actors have implemented these rules. This was very successful. We have not seen such a big accident like in Via Reggio again, and hopefully we will never see this again. So it was a success, and afterwards the 2 networks we host at the agency, the network of the national safety authorities and the network of the representative bodies, the actors, decided that we need to formalize this coming together and talking about issues and coming to solutions commonly agreed, and asked the agency in 2010 to formalize everything, to create rules for this, and you find the rules in detail on our website. I do not go into the details now, but in a nutshell, we create task forces of experts shared by us, by a neutral party, and we solve issues of EU relevance. This can be safety issues, but also interoperability, competitiveness issues, or climate change. We can also find common solutions, response to climate change challenges here. The outcome is then published on our ERA website. This can be risk control measures, this can be an action plan, whatever we need to solve a particular issue. We can make proposals to change regulation and standards, and we identify also research needs, which we can also address immediately. Now I come to the already announced example in Denmark. We work together with UIC, for example. Paco mentioned this already, and also Bane Denmark is contributing here actively. The problem we had was the Great Belt Bridge accident, 2nd of January 2019. What happened here is semi-trailer transported on a pocket wagon was blown off the pocket wagon caused by crosswind on this Great Belt West Bridge. And unfortunately, we had eight people were killed because of this. 2 years later, we had an incident at the same spot. Again, a semi-trailer moved outside the loading gauge, which was luckily recognized by a car driver, and he immediately called the police, and the train was stopped immediately, so that nothing more could happen. What we have seen is the semi-trailer was not correctly secured on the pocket wagon, either because it was wrongly positioned, so the locking could not act, or the locking force was not sufficient. Both is possible. And we have also seen that the risk control regarding overturning of freight vehicles was unclear, was not clarified. This is a shared risk between infrastructure managers and railway undertaking, and this we have seen often is not very well managed. And here we started then also a JNS procedure. JNS Crosswind was the name, and we have delivered already 2 elements out of 3. The first is the AMOC. This means acceptable means of compliance under the OPE TSI for loading and securing of semi-trailers. Here we summarize actions and checks which need to be done at the loading in the terminal. We published this AMOC already in December last year, so this is now a document all the actors can refer to, which gives again legal certainty and also trust for the NSAs in the railway actors. We also proposed WAC TSI requirements on devices to secure semi-trailers. I mentioned already there was a problem with the locking force, and sometimes the locking mechanism did not work correctly. And we saw the need, together with the NSAs, in particular the NSA Denmark, to impose some requirements in the WAC TSI. And they are dealing with strength in general, but they are also imposing now a particular locking force, because this was missing so far. And we have also a requirement on the indication whether the semi-trailer is correctly locked or not, because we have learned when we developed the AMOC that staff in the terminals very often cannot clearly see this, or only with a torch and in very, very special positions. So we would like to facilitate this in future to increase safety. Then we have a requirement on the marking, because we have also learned that staff in the terminals very often do not know exactly what locking device or what hitch or device to secure semi-trailers they have in front of them, and they cannot check the maintenance intervals very often. So all this should now be marked on the wagons so that we increase safety and facilitate these obligations of the staff in the terminals, but also the staff when doing the pre-departure checks before the train is leaving then the terminal. So this is improving the safety of securing the semi-trailers on pocket wagons. But then we have, I mentioned already, we have also seen that the interface between infrastructure managers and railway undertakings is not really clear regarding the risk of overturning freight wagons and freight trains. I have to admit this does not happen often, but in the light of climate change, of course, this requires some methodologies in order to monitor at least what's going on the crosswind exposed infrastructure. And here we create now a guidance for infrastructure managers on a holistic risk assessment of freight transport on crosswind exposed infrastructure. This will also cover the interface between railway undertaking and infrastructure manager. Up to now, we don't know exactly how stable freight wagons are, crosswind stable freight wagons are. We try to find a solution for that. And of course, we need a corresponding reference for the infrastructure managers so that they can also act appropriately. At the moment, this reference is missing. Then we started also with risk scenarios. We identified them already. Then also best practices for the wind monitoring. We worked together with the Danish Technical University and the Danish Meteorological Institute to show best practice and give a guideline or a recommendation how best to monitor the wind on crosswind exposed infrastructure, which is very important in the light of climate change because we have changing conditions on the infrastructure. So this is envisaged to be finalized by the end of 2025, by the end of this year. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you very much, Andreas, for all the details of the JNS procedure and how it was applied in this particular case I have one. What I would like to perhaps add to your intervention to highlight why are we dealing with this at the European level if it's happening on one bridge in Denmark, and it's the cases on the Great Belt Bridge in Denmark that kick-started this at the European level, because these are the most dramatic ones, 8 fatalities because the semi-trailer collided with a passenger train. But these are not the only incidents we know about. This happens in different severities across Europe, and this is when the JNS comes to act, things that are actually a problem across Europe. So on that note, I would like to thank all the speakers. Now we have enough time for one round of questions, so we still got some questions in. And I would like to start this on the topic of sensors and monitoring, which particularly Violetta and Lene highlighted. If you are currently learning about railway engineering, you will learn about the benefits of predictive maintenance and monitoring, and then you come out of that and find the reality that in many cases predictive monitoring is not yet done because reactive is the name of the game. So I would like to know from both of you in your contact what effects you have seen from the detailed monitoring you do, and also how did you manage to implement this in your organizations? So perhaps we start with Lene and then with Violetta.
Yes, thank you. Well, I can give a very hand-on example. We had a pilot project in Denmark related to the sensor, not on water level, but on a dam side where we put tilt sensors on it to see if there was movement. And it was due to a 100-meter long dam that was 10 meters high that we knew were in movement, and we were supposed to renew it this summer. So we put the sensors on, and we got an early warning for the first time ever. It was actually the geotechnical department got an early warning before the track could see there was something wrong, or the signaling system could see there was something wrong. We got a warning early enough for us to actually to renew the dam in time, so we didn't have all the costs on the damage that was happening in the area around, and we were able to notify the people and the pendlers who are using the trains that now you're going to go on bus. And it was very well received by the public for the first time, I think, actually closing a track for 3 weeks, and they weren't complaining because we needed to do it anyway. So how we are approaching it in Denmark is it's more hands-on. It's installed for the man in the fields to get knowledge of his assets and to know how am I going to monitor, what am I seeing out there, how does the desktop job look together with the real life. So we are doing it more as an asset management and more to see how is it working and what can we do to predict, to be just a little bit proactive, not always just reactive. Thank you.
We have installed those water gate sensors, but we have also some other sensors that help us not only with climate change, but also with resiliency of the network in general. And it gives us information to be more proactive with the maintenance and to have a better predictive maintenance. Obviously, we haven't got to the moment as in Denmark to be able to let everyone know that you're not taking this train, you're taking a bus. So we would love to be there, but as far as we can just reduce the speed or stop the train to not have any damage on the trains and the people that goes on the train, that's enough for the moment. Obviously that would be great and ideal, but it's taken slowly. We have a bigger network also, so, and an old network in general, apart from the high-speed line, so it's not always easy, but obviously they are great systems for the predictive maintenance and to learn about the network during the whole day and the whole week without having to send people to analyze how the slopes are doing or changing with different things that are not only related to climate.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm hearing a lot of operational ways of compensating for what the sensors are detecting at this point, and only the occasional example of here, we fixed something in time. So those are more flashy, but when you have one, I'm sure we will find out about it. For my next questions, I would like to focus on the governance aspect, because we hear always there's a lot of actors involved, either with, well, the JNS, we just had this, but also, Michelle, you talked about how the responsibility lies with the owners, but the owners are very many different players. And Anthony, I don't think you got around to mentioning it, but how in Germany is all these different regions, transport regions that have localized risks, but also UN headquarters, but you have to, people who act are more localized. So I would like to hear from you what you know in terms of good practices, where this communication between the levels of governance has been done, or where perhaps you wish a good practice that exists elsewhere would be implemented in your context. So, start with you.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to touch on two things that were already discussed in previous presentations. Yes. But one was the Rail Adapt framework that was brought by the UIC, and I think the University of Birmingham played a big role in putting that together. But I think that was a great way of kind of bridging the gap between the strategy and the implementation, which was also kind of mentioned, that we have a lot of these risk assessments, and I feel like maybe have a good comprehensive understanding of what the risks are, maybe not everywhere, but then it's definitely the first step, because adaptation is a bit more localized. But then we have all this great knowledge and all this data, but how do we actually like put something together? And the other thing I wanted to talk about was the adaptation pathways, which Lisa also mentioned from Network Rail, that I've also been involved in a project in Sweden. How can we kind of use that kind of framework for more of this long-term perspective? So I think these kinds of ways are good for getting different stakeholders together to discuss these problems and yeah, look for a way forward. So yeah, that's why.
Yeah, of course, also in a cosmos as big as Deutsche Bahn, we have many different experts, and it just takes time and energy to get everyone to the table, because most of the knowledge and the expertise stemming from decades also working within the railway sector is already there. And next to the strategic and coordinating tasks that we also fulfill at the headquarters, I'd actually like to point to one program which is run by a neighboring division of ours, which is technology and digitalization. They created a program called the Climate Resilient Railway Technology. One of the responsible colleagues, Mr. Roskamp, is actually also here. He's already waving, so please feel free to reach out to him during the breaks. And I think this is a very good best practice example of getting the necessary and the relevant actors to the table from also the different 7 business areas that we have at Deutsche Bahn. And what we did here is also we analyzed the different assets. So here we're focused on the technological part, and based on a climate risk framework, and therefore through that analysis also prioritized certain amendments that need to be done, etc. And then that communication of like then also creating measures of how to tackle a certain risk that we have identified. This is then of course the communication with the people on the ground within the 34 traffic regions that we have in Germany. So it's climbing maybe down the ladder at some point to talk to the people on the ground, to offer them the relevant measures. But then also when it, for example, isn't within their financing budget within the 34 within one of the regions, it is then necessary to come back up to the headquarters and talk about financing, so that then necessary conversations with the government, etc., can also be started, as well as possible standardization processes, etc. So I think it's really the interplay of going up and down the ladder, but staying in conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's the key. I think a very important point you picked up on is that the expertise does exist in certain corners. It's a matter of finding it or remembering that it's there. This happens across the board. I will not go into details of finding very old studies that happen to be the key to solve a current problem. Yes, so my last question is to Andreas and Violetta. Again, on governments, again, on getting stakeholders together. Of course, Andreas, you have the work with the JNS, but Violetta, you also mentioned the discussions with EIB Jaspers and how also through that you started talking with infrastructure managers in other member states. So I would like to hear a bit more about the strengths and weaknesses of such cooperation, and also what difficulties you found in reaching out to other players in the sector, but then also how you overcome them, because we would like to end on a rather positive note. Thank you.
Okay, with EIB Jaspers or EIB Advisory, it was easy to reach them thanks to the European Commission and our ministry in Spain, and we've been working with them since 2018 in different projects, mostly all of them related to climate change or adaptation. One of the latest things that we were doing with them was, and it began 2 years ago, they came and we organized meetings with many departments in the company because we wanted to know all the things that were already being done in the company related to climate change. So the meetings always began in the same way. Elizabeth is here and she was part of those meetings. And they were asking, what do you do related to climate change? And in mostly all of the meetings, the people didn't know what to answer. But if they changed the question, what did you do related to climate? Many things arose from the different departments. So sometimes it's a change of perspective to get to the point that you need to go. So Jaspers have helped us to see all those things that we are already doing and that we have to sew together to make it a better investment plan or adaptation plan, to put all the things that are already there. We've been working with them religiously, and with other infrastructure managers, we were part of this AIM group of Prime. They had a task force 2 years ago, and thanks to our international department, they contacted us, and we were working with them there. And it's always so appealing to hear what they are doing, and since this year, we are also participating with UIC in this new task force of RERA. And last week, we could hear what Denmark was doing, and it was like, wow. There are so many different things going around Europe, and they are doing, and we are all trying our best to go where we need to go and where we are asked to go, but you can learn from others so much.
Regarding the JNS, the big advantage of this JNS and having all the experts together is, of course, their expertise and their experience. So we have the best people of Europe to tackle a particular issue in these task forces. We try to create an open atmosphere there that the people can speak openly. And I think this is the prerequisite to find very good solutions at the end. And everything what we are learning in the procedure, in the JNS, can be immediately applied by the people when they go home to their revenue takings, infrastructure managers, and so on. So there's no delay in implementing the lessons learned, for example.
Yes, thank you both. This reminds me about the point of the JNS procedure where the conversations are confidential, so that people can truly voice their thoughts and therefore arrive at a solution. So unfortunately, this is the end of the panel. Unfortunately, in a sense, because in the preparation of this panel, there's several topics we didn't touch on at all that where expertise lies in. For example, further collaborations with academia, or a question about how to assess the proportion of the costs of a project that should be attributed to climate adaptation, all these things. So I really do encourage you to talk to the colleagues on the panel during the lunch break, maybe after they've gotten some food to eat, so you don't prevent them from also eating. And with that, I would like to close the panel and the morning, and the lunch break is where you have been eating food all day, and which is great, so much food. And we would like you to come back at 2 p.m. to continue with the afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I propose that we start the second panel. Please have a seat. Okay, so let's start the second panel, which will be on innovation for rail resilience. First, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Nicolas Furio. I'm the head of innovation pillar of Europe's Rail, the general undertaking, and it's a pleasure for me today to be here to moderate this session on innovation for rail resilience. So, this afternoon, we'll focus on innovation and how innovation can support the rail resilience. And I'm very lucky because I will have in this panel a mix of speakers coming from different organizations who will share their views on innovation for rail resilience, and we'll have a lively debate. And also I would like to do something this afternoon is to open the floor for the audience. If you have some questions, no need to ask your questions. So I will take the question at the end, but feel free to take some notes, to keep your questions, and at the end I will give you the opportunity to ask your question to the panelists. But first, let me introduce you the panelists. So I will call first Elisabeth Villa-Jorda. So Elisabeth, you can come on stage. Elisabeth is a senior transport engineer working at EIB, the European Investment Bank. She's a local one because she is living in Warsaw. She is working from the Warsaw EIB office. She has an extensive experience in all stages of transport project cycle. She's providing advices, and also she's supporting, as it was said also in the previous panel, some investor managers in their strategies. And she has a strong expertise in climate change within transport sector. And Elisabeth has also various roles before EIB in other international organizations like the World Bank. So welcome, Elisabeth. The second speaker I will call on stage is Luca Beccastrini, so from FS. So Luca, please join us. So Luca is the coordinator for FS Group. He's coordinating innovative projects in FS. So he has a strong focus on innovation for resilience of transport infrastructure. And Luca has a huge experience in FS. You have different roles and responsibilities in FS. And one of them, you have been involved, you have worked for Ital Certifair. So we are dealing with certification and assessment of infrastructures and products. So welcome, Luca.
Thank you.
The third speaker is from PKP. So it's Zbigniew Jandziewicz. So Zbigniew, please come on the stage. So Zbigniew is the project director at PKP SA. Zbigniew is involved in the Europe's Rail activities. He's coordinating all the activities from PKP in Europe's Rail. Zbigniew has a strong expertise in ICT. He has also a strong expertise in the financial sector because you work both in the financial sector and in the railway sector. And also a strong experience in defining long-term action plans and implementing innovations. So welcome, Zbigniew. The fourth speaker is Alexandre Anfriani. So Alexandre, please come on stage. So Alexandre is working at EPSF, so Établissement Public de Sécurité Ferroviaire, so the French National Safety Authority. Alexandre is working on risk management and modeling. He is leading a team in EPSF. So he's a specialist of data, and his mission is to develop the use of data to identify the risk and also to provide some solutions or mitigation measures in case some risk happen. And to conclude on Alexandre, he's coming from another sector. I mean, I joined the rail sector, but before he was working in the aeronautics sector, so also as data analyst. And it will be quite interesting also to get the views of Alexandre regarding the difference between the rail and the aeronautics sector. So welcome, Alexandre. And the last speaker, but not least, Peter Schmidt from Alstom. So please, Peter, join us on stage. So Peter is the Standard and Regulation Director at Alstom. He's managing Alstom's transition program. So Peter has a rich career in Alstom. You joined Alstom in 1993 with different roles in the company. It was Bombardier before, but let's say in the company. And today you are not representing Alstom. You will still represent Alstom, but you are representing UNIFE. And because Peter is the chair of the UNIFE Standardization and Regulation Group, and Peter also will share his views later on the role of standardization regarding climate change. So welcome, Peter. So just a few words on how we'll proceed for this panel. I will give first a short introduction to all of you. Next, I will give the opportunity to each speaker to also deliver a short presentation to all of you, explaining what they are doing in their organization. And next, we'll have several rounds of discussion. So we have planned some questions, but as I said, at one point, I will also ask the audience to ask a question to the speakers and to try to have a lively discussion this afternoon all together. So let's start for some introduction, if it works. Yeah, good. So why rail needs resilience now? I think I don't need to answer this question because from the beginning of the day, you are discussing about this. But just to highlight that climate change is a reality, is testing the rail infrastructure. I mean, you have seen in the former panel all the examples that have been reported by the various speakers. So we are facing a critical time, and there is a need to get a more resilient rail transport system. We focus today a lot on climate change. This is the topic of the conference, so we'll stay on this, but just want to highlight that when we speak about resilience, we should not forget also resilience to security with the increase of digital threats and the fact also that we have assets which are older and older. And also a key challenge, it was mentioned several times, the need to get some financing and funding for this to increase the resilience of rail. So we need to adapt to improve this resilience, and resilience is not a longer option. So now it should be a priority for all of us when we design, when we think about the evolution of the rail transportation system, to make sure that resilience is at the heart of the strategy. Innovation. So how can we build a more resilient transport system? So of course, innovation has a key role to play for this. And by innovation, it's not only new technologies or new solutions. We need to discuss how we want to plan, how we want to get maybe an update of the regulation, of the standards, and also innovation via financing. So this is all these aspects that we need to address and to make sure that when we are innovating via regulation, via standardization, via financing, or via new technologies, resilience is addressed for the rail transportation system. I'm representing Europe's rail joint undertaking, so it would not be a big surprise for you if I mention the role of Europe's rail as the public-private partnership for research innovation. Just want to highlight that the work of Europe's rail is based on cooperation. I mean, it was said also this morning, there is a need to cooperate between different stakeholders in the rail sector, but also with other sectors. And this is at the heart of Europe's rail. So we have many projects in Europe's rail, and of course, many of them will support a more resilient railway system. So you have a list of examples of topics we're addressing in Europe's rail. Just to mention a few of them, it was also mentioned in the previous panel, the real-time monitoring of the assets, of course, next to discuss about asset management, how to adapt the strategies in case of disruptions due to climate change. So this is an example, and of course also the automation and digitalization of the rail transport system. So those new technologies can support a more resilient rail transport system. But it's also important to test and to deploy. So we can have some solutions, some technologies. There is a need to test the technologies, and there is a need to deploy the technology. So how can we deploy, how can we test the technology? Of course, in Europe's rail, we have a structure I will show you later to also involve the sector in this approach, to also involve the agency era, because this has a link with the evolution of the regulation, but also to involve European standardization bodies, also to discuss about the evolution of the standards. So it's important, and this we should always keep in mind, innovation means also testing and deployment activities, especially if we want to go faster. And yes, and next, resilience must be embedded by design into all the rail system, products, components, solutions, to get a smarter and faster adaptations to the rail system. And a couple of words on Europe's Rail. I just want to highlight that the three components, so innovation, system approach, deployment, are at the heart of Europe's Rail. So this is the new mindset in Europe's Rail. So we are not doing innovation for doing innovation. We are doing innovation to also have an impact on the rail system, integrated approach, and also to later on deploy the solution. So we have on the slide all the big flagship areas, so the key topics addressed in Europe's Rail. I will not go one by one, but just want to highlight that this is the new approach, the new mindset of Europe's Rail. And I think it has bring a lot of added value to the rail stakeholders. It's challenging, it's not easy, but this is one of the priority of Europe's Rail, even when we speak about resilience, to keep this approach in the future. This slide just to highlight who are the members of Europe's Rail. So of course the Commission is a big member of the partnership, and next you have all the list of the companies. So you can see it's a good mix of European rail stakeholders representing both suppliers, rail undertakings, store managers, and research centers with a good geographical balance in Europe. So now, if we come now to the key topic for this session, so how can innovation ensure a more resilient rail system, smarter, faster, and more adaptive? This is what we will try to answer this afternoon with all the panelists on stage. But before, let's say, getting your views, sharing your experiences, maybe just a question to the audience. So I've been told that Slido is working well, so I have just one question from the audience. So what is for you the most urgent innovation needed to boost climate resilience in rail? So I'm looking at my colleagues in ERA if they can confirm that it works well. Ah, perfect, so it's here on the screen. So feel free to put what you have in mind in terms of urgent innovation that need to boost climate resilience in rail. Next, we'll see in principle some words that will popping up on the screen. Yes, I see that people are already, let's say, contributing to the poll. So resilience by design. So I propose to keep it open. So you can, let's say, during the session, fill in the Slido poll. And next, maybe at the end of the session, we'll see, let's say, what you will have replied to this question. And we can use it also for the conclusion of the session. So propose to leave it open. Feel free to populate this Slido poll, this question, to answer this question. And at the end of the session, we'll see what are the results. Okay? So now, I propose, as I said, to start with the first part of the panel. So I will invite each speaker to deliver their presentation, to also share their experience and views on innovation for rail resilience. And we have always to start with the people who have money. No, I'm joking. So we'll start with Elizabeth, representing EIB, who will also explain to us how EIB is providing some technical advice to the rail to any stakeholders, but the rail stakeholders, and also how you're supporting those companies in assessing climate change impacts and how to increase the resilience of their assets. Elizabeth?
Thank you very much, Nicola, for the introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation to this event, to the EIB. First of all, just a few words on EIB. You will give me the... the EIB, as you all certainly know, it's the financing arm of the European Union, and in fact is one of the largest borrowers and lenders in the world, with last year an amount of almost 90 billion of financing. And it supports the implementation and the development of the EU objectives through its main business activity, which is lending, but as well notably fostering blending, so supporting projects co-financed by the European Union, and increasingly important, its role on advising, so providing technical and financial expertise to prepare projects that support the EU policies. And here is, in fact, what we would like to share. It's on the context of the EIB advisory experience, that has also led to EIB and EU financing. In fact, in the context of working with transport network managers through the JASPERS mandate, so in the context of supporting these transport network managers in preparation of projects for EU co-financing. As it has been said this morning and by Violeta, very well explained this context that the projects for EU co-financing require to include the climate resilience consideration through this also referred so-called now climate proofing, which identifies the risk and how those are mitigated. At the same time, transport network managers need to deal with the reality, which is the impacts of this climate change already for some time. So as it has as well been expressed, there is a need of having a more holistic view, a more systematic view of those climate risks, and is in this context that transport network managers that we have been working on have asked advisory support to develop this more systematic perspective to climate resilience. We started to pioneer this work on the climate resilience assessment, in fact, here in Poland with the Polish national roads, and we have also worked in many countries, and as Violeta was saying, we are very actively working and learning from each other with ADIF in Spain as well. And what we here provide some insight with another specific transport network managers is the case of Infraestructuras de Portugal, who took the initiative to prepare as well their climate change resilience plan, which was structured in two main stages. The first one was about to do the climate risk assessment of their networks. In this case, it covers the road, the rail, and associated telematics. And it has been notably based on the climate incidents that happen on the network. As we have heard this morning, yes, the value of this data to understand which are our current vulnerabilities, and to, in fact, as well understand what would be our future knowing the present, yes? And building on the climate change projection scenarios, it has enabled to do this assessment and mapping of the network to the different climate hazards and to the different time horizons, as we have said. And this constitutes a sound basis to work on what they are working now, which is the climate resilience plan, identifying the different type of measures, including notably the measures for the existing assets. And here highlighting, yes, the role of the maintenance and of the renewals on increasing the resilience of the existing assets, so through this concept of the building back better, or, yes, or in fact, when doing resilient, considering the input from this climate risk assessment as a way to prioritize as well as to define what are these renewal. This climate risk assessment as well are a very sound basis to inform, yes, the climate risk for considerations for new investments, as we were saying, as a part of the good project preparation practice. And in this case as well, doing this work, this has increased the capacity of the organization to do by themselves all these considerations in the project preparation. And here, just to finalize my intervention, to share with you some of the lessons learned when doing this work of advisory with the different transport and network managers across EU, and highlighting that this identification and mapping of the climate risk of the networks, as you can see, these are very robust and very strong tools to integrate climate resilience, especially when they are building on their existing systems, their asset management system, the GIS systems, in order that this is mainstreamed and this is owned by the organization, yes, when this is done based on the existing systems or what Violeta was referring before, yes, to understand what they are already doing. Just here to as well acknowledge that doing this climate risk assessment at the network level have some technical challenges that we have as well heard this morning, and particularly that there are these different methodologies that need to be operationalized for the transport networks, as well as on the fact of using the climate projection data in the engineering consumption mode. Yes, it's different, the colorful maps of climate variables from the data that we use in engineering design. Having said that, yes, the climate risk assessment as a basis to define these climate resilience plans that will aim at identifying the different measures, and in here highlighting the work that advisory is now doing on preparing a guidance on this framework of identification of measures at the different levels, and again highlighting the importance of acknowledging the existing measures on what it is asset management, so on what it is maintenance, on what it is renewal, yes, the role of renewal in resilience, as well as of the traffic management and operations. Most of railway network operators have in place these protocols to act when there is a meteorological extreme weather alert. Yes? So acknowledging all this mainstreaming of climate resilience. And just to finalize with a word of opportunity that we need as well to see in the climate adaptation, since we have availability of resources at EU level in terms of financing and advisory to support climate adaptation, therefore as the opportunity to increase the resilience of existing networks.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And I think the example that you gave is very important, because for me, when I prepared the panel with you, I discovered this role of advisory support from EIB. You know, when you think about EIB, you think the first thing that came to my mind was, okay, finance, you know, providing some loans for some stakeholders. But this role of advisory support, I think, is key. And you said it's also an opportunity later on, which is linked to some financing. And also, as EIB is, let's say, you are meeting many stakeholders from many other transport sectors, you can also learn from them and provide some advices to the right stakeholders. So thank you for your presentation. I propose to move now to Luca, so to give the views, to get the views of the highway undertaking, so FS, a big company, well known in Europe. If you can maybe share your views on how resilience to climate change is addressed within FS.
Thank you, Fulvio. Thank you, and good afternoon. And I would like just to start my presentation just remembering the definition of resilience, one of the definitions of resilience. Resilience is the system capacity to deal with, adapt, and recover from disruptions. And you can say also the capacity to return to equilibrium or moving towards new equilibria. So you see from the picture that the railways transport system is very, I say, precarious. So because of many aspects impact on the system. You can say the current status of the railway systems, but also the impact of the disruption to the other transport systems, including roads and the other ones. The environmental condition, context, not only but the magnitude of the disruption, and finally the robustness of the system and its capacity to restore. I would like just to show again this one, the next one. This one? Yes, thank you. The very well-known graph related to the functionality of the system compared to the time in case of disruption happening at T0 time and ending at T1 time. So before T0 time, after T1 time, we have to act to prevent the disruption. Of course, after T1 also take experience of the previous disruption event, the experience we gained before. But we can say, generally speaking, that all the innovative projects we carried out are acting on two aspects mainly. To increase the robustness of the system and to make faster the capacity, the capacity to restore of the system. You see the red arrow below. You can say the higher is the curve, more robust is the systems. Or if you see the green arrow, the steeper is the curve, the system more fast is the system to recover. And in the Italian railways, we are created recently a Center for Sustainable Mobility to carry out innovative project for transport to make transport more sustainable, and mainly to increase the resilience of the system, to act on all the phases of the resilience chain. So we see all the resilient event include a moment you have to prevent, a moment you have to prevent the disruption, a moment to respond, a moment to recover. So it is all the condition we have to act, and the project we carried out acting on one of these one or more than one. I would like just to refer to 4 projects we are carried out currently. 2 of them are covering the prevent phase, and one of these one is carried out involving the RFI company of the Italian Railway State Group, is the manager of the infrastructure. Is a kind of upgrade of an existing system oriented to prevent landslides on the track. So the system take data from the network of rain gauges and consider also the territory, the morphology, the lithology of the territory, carried out analysis to give a result, to compare that to an empirical rainfall threshold for landslide triggering. So depending on the result, we can take different decisions. In case of low risk, we can just maintain under control the railway lines, or can send the technician in the cockpit of the train to double check the condition of the track, sorry. Or in case of medium risk, we can send also people in the yellow machines to double check directly the condition of the track. Or finally, you can interrupt or close the line for 48 hours. And after 48 hours, we can reconsider the condition. We can confirm the closure of the line, or we can open again. Sometimes stay also a few days close the line. So the system now is upgrading that. Why? Because we are using the meteor radars to increase the quality of the data, to better predict the conditions of the weather, to understand better if what kind of risk there is in a short time, and also to better define the critical areas. Another project still related to the prevention phase. So this is a project oriented to act in prevention phase, we can say, is the acoustic technology for infrastructure monitoring. The name is TAMI. So to verify the structural anomalies in the concrete beams of the bridges for railway and also for roads. So there is an acoustic sensor taking acoustic waves to detect potential anomalies in the structural beams. So this is another very important project. We tested under testing now. Hopefully will be ready by the end of the year. We hopefully have the result to can apply directly on first bridges. Other 2 projects we carried out are related to other 2 phases, to respond phase or recover phase. So 2 projects, 2 activities, they act in case something happened, in case the disruption happened. So both of them are related to, can say, drones. The first is automatic drones running at grade on the railway. In case of disruption, or after disruption, before to open again the lines, we send this automatic vehicle to double check the condition of the track, to verify if there is any obstacle, the condition of the signaling system. This is very interesting because this vehicle theoretically can reach also 200 kilometers per hour, so very, very fast. And there is no driver. The second drones we are testing now is the drones, idle drones, classical drones, in the VULOS drones in VULOS flight mode. They can reach very fast the place in case of disruption. Consider alternative is to send people. They can reach the same place in 4 or 5 hours sometimes. Many times these places are in the middle of mountains, not easy to reach. And you can take a view very short time, take decision in very short time, and also to have a different, safer approach, because you understand that now on the place there are drones and not people, so also for this point of view can be better. So this is just 4 projects we carried out. We are developing, carried out currently 24 projects in the center, but things it could be interesting because I'm very oriented to the to approach the resilience to improve that. Sorry for the short time, but anyway, I'm here for any further clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luca. And yes, thank you very much for giving some concrete examples of projects. Because just to answer my question, at the beginning, innovation versus resilience of rail, we can see with this kind of solutions that you are tested, and you said that you are tested them, you can go quicker. Also, it's safer. You don't have to send some people, and you can take some decision. I think this is key if we want to avoid, too big disruptions for highway operations. So thank you for sharing those examples. Now, moving to another big highway company, so PKP, Zbigniew, you will give us a presentation on RNI project, so the Europe's Rail project, the Rail for Us project, and you will also explain to us how this project is addressing resilience, rail resilience. So I'm giving you the floor. The presentation will be in Polish, so I also invite people in the audience to put your headset if you don't speak Polish. It's okay.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. As Nicholas said, I will speak in Polish. Dzisiaj reprezentuję projekt Rail for Earth jako przedstawiciel PKP SA, który jest tam jednym z członków fundatorów. Uczestniczymy w projekcie Rail for Earth i na dzisiejszym spotkaniu będę reprezentował całe konsorcjum, które zajmuje się tym projektem i które realizuje działania w ramach Europe's Rail. Jeżeli mówimy o projekcie Rail for Earth, dotyczy on przede wszystkim zagadnień związanych z rozwiązaniami, które są skierowane dla zrównoważonej zielonej kolei, czyli tak naprawdę w kwestiach ekologicznych, które poprawiają z jednej strony ten poziom zielonej energii, zielonych rozwiązań dla kolei, z drugiej strony redukują też wszelkiego rodzaju zanieczyszczenia, obniżają emisję CO2. I są to jedne z głównych elementów, które zostały przyjęte jako takie wskaźniki KPI dla tego projektu i jest bardzo duży nacisk położony właśnie na te proekologiczne działania. Jednym z takich współdziałań realizowanych w ramach tego projektu jest właśnie również odporność na zmiany klimatu. Jest to jeden z pakietów roboczych, o tym za chwilkę jeszcze troszeczkę opowiem. Projekt jest realizowany przez konsorcjum 23 członków fundatorów. Jesteśmy również wzbogaceni o udział tak zwanych affiliated entities, czyli podmiotów powiązanych z nami, które dostarczają pewnego rodzaju dodatkowe kompetencje, dodatkową wiedzę do realizacji projektu. Wspólnie jest to 71 podmiotów, które realizują i współuczestniczą w tym projekcie. Takie główne zadania, które stoją przed nami, to tak naprawdę odpowiedzenie na pewne potrzeby, pewne zmiany w zakresie właśnie ekologii i obniżenia emisji gazów cieplarnianych tak naprawdę we wszystkich aspektach kolei, czyli zarówno w infrastrukturze liniowej, w budynkach, jak i w taborze kolejowym, więc jest to pełen zakres działań, które są skierowane po to, aby tak naprawdę troszeczkę zmniejszyć ten wpływ kolei na zmiany klimatyczne. Oczywiście, tak jak wszyscy tutaj zgromadzeni wiemy pewnie, kolej jest jednym z najbardziej zielonych środków transportu, natomiast w dalszym ciągu staramy się, aby te zmiany, które są przygotowywane, realizowane, jeszcze bardziej zwiększały ten poziom zieloności, że tak nazwę, kolei jako takiej. Jeżeli mówimy o tym, jak projekt jest zbudowany, mówiąc o projektach flagowych, flagship project, mówimy o takim dużym zbiorze pakietów roboczych, które są realizowane w tym projekcie. Jak widzimy tutaj na tym slajdzie, mamy tak naprawdę 4 duże obszary działania nazywane podprojektami. Jednym z nich jest właśnie ta zielona infrastruktura, czyli wszelkie działania związane z poprawą parametrów ekologicznych infrastruktury liniowej budynków. Mówimy również o napędach, alternatywnych napędach, czyli przede wszystkim działaniach, które mają doprowadzić do tego, abyśmy w pierwszej kolejności pozbyli się tak naprawdę napędów dieslowskich i spróbowali znaleźć inne rozwiązania, które zastąpią to paliwo na odcinkach, które nie będą zelektryfikowane. Bo jak wiemy, jeżeli chodzi o taką, powiedzmy, użyteczność linii kolejowych, elektryfikacja jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla zapewnienia tego wysokiego poziomu ekologii. Natomiast na niektórych odcinkach elektryfikacja linii jest nieopłacalna z ekonomicznego punktu widzenia, więc w związku z tym na te odcinki niezelektryfikowane pracujemy nad tym, aby znaleźć alternatywne napędy. Prace toczą się nad 2 tak naprawdę rodzajami napędów, czyli napędy bateryjne i z drugiej strony też napęd oparty o wodór, czyli to są takie 2 działania, które mają zmierzać do tego, aby dzięki tym rozwiązaniom wyeliminować paliwo z pojazdów kolejowych. Kolejnym obszarem, nad którym toczą się też dosyć zaawansowane działania, jest to obszar, w którym tak naprawdę jest dobór nowego rodzaju materiałów i wszelkiego rodzaju rozwiązań, które z jednej strony poprawią wygodę i jakość podróży pasażera w pojazdach kolejowych. Są tam działania związane z jednej strony z zapewnieniem odpowiedniego poziomu chłodzenia i tutaj bardzo duża styczność ze zmianami klimatycznymi, które jak wiemy zmierzają do tego, aby te temperatury ekstremalne się podnosiły, więc tutaj są dosyć duże podjęte działania, aby starać się dobrać takie parametry chłodzenia, zimą oczywiście grzania, ale tu myślimy bardziej o chłodzeniu, aby z jednej strony nie generować zbyt dużego obciążenia energetycznego, bo to są dodatkowe koszty i powiedzmy pewnego rodzaju działania muszą być dobrane w taki sposób, aby były one optymalne. Jednocześnie staramy się zapewnić to, aby ten poziom temperatury, w której podróżują pasażerowie, był odpowiedni. Tutaj też mówimy o takich rozwiązaniach, które dotyczą innych materiałów użytych do pojazdu, ponieważ zależy nam też bardzo na zmniejszeniu konsumpcji energii elektrycznej i stąd też działania związane z obniżeniem wagi pojazdów, zastosowaniem tego typu komponentów, które zmniejszają opór powietrza, czy też działań, które są związane z tym, aby zapewnić możliwie jak największe zagospodarowanie energii z odnawialnych źródeł. Takim bardzo dużym działaniem, które jest realizowane przez naszego partnera PGE Energetyka, jest też próba znalezienia takich rozwiązań, takich algorytmów, które sprawią to, że odnawialne źródła energii, że energia produkowana z odnawialnych źródeł energii będzie maksymalnie wykorzystywana na potrzeby trakcyjne. Także to jest zakres całego projektu. Jeden z pakietów roboczych właśnie dotyczący odporności na zmiany klimatu służy przede wszystkim temu, aby spojrzeć na całość w tym projekcie, na całość z punktu widzenia tego, jakie zmiany klimatyczne nas czekają. W tym pakiecie roboczym prowadzone są prace właśnie związane z oceną ryzyka, z takim próbą znalezienia takich rozwiązań, które z jednej strony będą ich wdrożenie będzie ekonomicznie uzasadnione, z drugiej strony dadzą możliwie największe wsparcie dla przeciwdziałania zmianom klimatycznym, czyli pozwolą zapewnić odpowiedni poziom wygody pasażerom, odpowiedni poziom bezpieczeństwa i odpowiednie zabezpieczenia przed wszelkiego rodzaju skutkami, przy jednoczesnym zapewnieniu tego, że koszt użytkowania tych nowych rozwiązań nie będzie znacząco zwiększał kosztu eksploatacji. Myślimy tutaj tak naprawdę o działaniach związanych z oceną kosztów w całym cyklu życia, czyli nie jest to jakby ten moment inwestycyjny, gdzie tylko kupujemy tak naprawdę elementy infrastrukturalne, ale tak naprawdę myślimy o tym, aby w całym cyklu życia, zarówno w trakcie użytkowania, jak i w etapie związanych z ponownym użyciem materiałów, bądź też utylizacją, zapewnić jak najmniejszy ślad węglowy i jak największe wartości związane z ekologią. Jeżeli mówimy o działaniach, które się dzieją, tak naprawdę mówimy tutaj o współdziałaniu największych podmiotów działających na rynku europejskim i są to podmioty zarówno z obszaru kolejowego, czyli operatorzy i zarządcy infrastruktury, jak i producenci wszelkiego rodzaju rozwiązań, producenci taboru, dostawcy usług. Są też partnerzy ze świata nauki, czyli podmioty naukowe, instytuty, a jako podmioty powiązane również współdziałają uczelnie i inne ośrodki naukowe. Stąd też tak naprawdę mówimy tutaj o bardzo szerokiej współpracy wielu podmiotów, które dążą do tego, aby możliwie jak w największym zakresie doprowadzić do tego, aby kolej była jeszcze bardziej ekologiczna i jeszcze większe były skutki tego obniżenia śladu węglowego i emisji CO2. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. Thank you, Zbigniew, for the presentation of the Rail for Us project. So there are two aspects, and you presented the climate adaptations, I will say decarbonization of rail transport, and the climate mitigation, so the resilience aspects. So thank you for the presentation. Now let's move on to Alexandre. So Alexandre will explain to us what EPSF has done last month in May. They organized a datathon. So I will give you, let's say, the floor to introduce why you organize the datathon and what you have learned from this workshop that you organize, and how this has played a role in EPSF to increase resilience in rail transportation. Alexandre?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, it has been a few weeks ago, at the end of May, a safety data event was organized by EPSF, but before going into detail, let's start with a short video.
On a besoin d'un collectif, pas forcément uniquement centré sur les acteurs de l'EPSF, mais également sur les sachants de différents secteurs. Et donc ce type d'événement, c'est vraiment idéal pour ça.
Le secret d'un hackathon réussi, c'est beaucoup de choses. C'est déjà un sujet un peu inspirant, avoir une problématique bien définie, avoir des données préparées, accessibles, et puis un bon jury aussi, c'est important. Et d'avoir à la fois des débutants et des très experts, c'est ce mélange en fait qui est intéressant.
Notre base de données, elle a une dizaine d'années et qui est un bien commun autant pour le secteur que pour nous. On sait que les aléas climatiques sont au cœur de l'actualité et qu'on a vu une augmentation de ce type d'événements. On souhaite avec ces datathons challenger cette base de données pour trouver des réponses à cette problématique.
Nous espérons que ce brassage d'expériences issues de divers horizons professionnels contribuera à une meilleure prise de conscience des impacts climatiques sur le niveau de sécurité ferroviaire. Dans 48 heures, nous serons mieux décidés dans un monde incertain.
On a assez peu de temps pour aborder un sujet qui est hyper riche, hein. On pourrait passer des semaines ou des mois dessus. Donc le fait d'avoir un coordinateur, etc., ça nous aide vraiment à nous organiser et les échanges font aussi qu'on avance et qu'on progresse. Donc jusqu'à présent, ouais, intense mais productif.
On sort un petit peu de notre bulle habituelle
Et puis on réfléchit avec des gens qui posent des questions un peu de candide parce qu'ils sont extérieurs au milieu. Et c'est super intéressant pour ça, vraiment ce côté prise de recul.
L'idée c'est de travailler par itération, on fait un premier pas, on voit ce que ça donne. J'espère qu'on aura encore plein de surprises d'ici demain pour avoir une solution vraiment intéressante et gagner.
C'est une solution en 2 jours, donc il y a forcément énormément de points à améliorer. Mais ouais, honnêtement, plutôt fier de ce que le groupe a réalisé.
Et parfois, c'est un peu difficile de savoir exactement quelles sont les compétences de chacun, comment se répartir un peu les rôles. Mais c'est hyper enrichissant, hyper stimulant. Moi, j'ai bien aimé. Ouais.
Ce qui a fait qu'il a marché, c'est que dès le départ, on n'était vraiment pas cloisonné. On a dit qu'on va mettre en place un truc qui pourra, dès demain ou d'ici 1 mois ou 2 mois, pourra être exploitable par les gestionnaires d'infrastructures.
Je pense qu'au début, il y avait l'envie, mais un peu des inquiétudes, tout à fait normal. Et puis à la fin, il y avait le grand plaisir d'avoir accompli ça et l'envie de continuer de faire plein d'autres choses. Donc ça, c'est vraiment bien.
Écoutez, on est heureux parce que c'était un défi, il fallait le relever. Je peux dire que ça a été un succès, mais on fera encore mieux la prochaine fois.
Okay. Let's continue with the reason and the method used in order to organize this kind of event. First, we were sure that climate change and its impact on railway would be a very inspiring topic that should interest in a lot of people. And we would like to take the opportunity to give access to our safety database called Cirrus. This database like the future ISS database as part of the next CSM ASLP. And but with more than 10 years of data collection from the French railway sector. And at this point, we had one goal, bring together data scientists from diverse backgrounds and railway experts in the same place in Paris during 2 days of hard work. They had to develop predictive algorithms in order to forecast incidents linked to climate change, and as well as develop web application as real making decision tool. It was also important to have a prestigious and legitimate jury to elect the winner. And in terms of method, we needed to prepare the data sets for around 16,000 safety events by retrieving a lot of contextual data as the weather conditions surrounding vegetation. And we needed also to provide access to cloud computing. Ultimately, the heatwave team won this challenge thanks to a solution called PrediRail. You see a screenshot on the slide. This tool is based on predictive algorithm to forecast tree falls on tracks, and it offers a great user interface. As we can see, the weather alert indicates the location most likely to happen. Also, these tools demonstrates how to integrate a maintenance plan of an infrastructure in order to make the best decision. So great job. This event was a great occasion for us to show a big part of our NSI activities, and it is already decided we will do it again after having studied the work performed during those 2 days. That's all.
Thank you, Alexandre, for introducing this hackathon organized by EPSF. And I think what I will keep from your presentation is that by bringing different stakeholders together during 2 days, working on a specific topic, so how to use the data and to create some tools with the data, and that all together you succeeded to get some proposals. Okay, you have one winner, but we should not forget all the others have developed their solutions. And this also will help the investor managers in their strategy for decision. So thank you for this. Let's move to Peter. So Peter, you represent Unife in this panel. You are an expert in the field of standardization. So I would like to ask you how standardization can support rail resilience.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicolas. Well, I'll talk to you about a subject that is often seen as boring, very administrative, and not very agile. I may agree to the last two topics. Indeed, it takes quite a time to revise a standard, to issue a new standard, and there are reasons behind that. There are a lot of experts involved. It's a public process. Everybody can participate. The experts need to come to a certain degree of consensus until a standard can be published. And finally, it's subject to public voting. So everybody can say, I'm not happy with a revision. And then we take another loop. So it's like public voting. Sometimes the results are not expected. But finally, the results are good. And it's a truly democratic process where everybody can participate. Is it boring? I strongly disagree. I'm pretty new in the subject. Nicolas knows, since 1 year I'm responsible for standards and regulations. I find it extremely interesting. And when my colleagues are coming back from the working groups, I see a lot of enthusiasm. They get new insights from other stakeholders in the railway sector, from competitors, from operators. So that is very, very useful for us. And it's also then useful in the practical work. We apply strictly the standards in tenders, in projects. So for us, we see a big benefit in that. And not only for Europe, it's also important then on the international market. So that's a bit my marketing speech for standards. I want to bore you more. Go to the presentation. Standards governance. So you know that standards are developed by acknowledged standards organizations. Is it SAN, SANELEC in Europe, or ISO, IEC? We have dedicated technical committees for that. What are standard deliverables? So it's not only a standard. It could be a technical specification. It could be a technical report. And the deliverable depends largely on the market needs, on the subject, on the maturity. Standardization is triggered by the needs of the market, but also new insights from science and practice, and new and mature technologies. They are also triggered by standardization requests from the European Commission. So for instance, climate change is part of the ongoing standardization request. With that, we're also linked to the ERGU, so the European Rail Joint Undertaking. And finally, we must review the standards every 5 years. If they're still applicable, if they're still useful, if they're to the latest state of the art. So it could lead to a revision, it could lead to a completely new standard, it could lead also to withdrawal of the standard. So some relevant standards for climate change, there are plenty of them. Cannot list them all, then you could not read the slide. On the left-hand side, some more transversal standards. Transversal means applicable for various sectors. So they are focusing on guidelines for vulnerability or risk management. They are useful for the start. They are the foundation. But then we have on the right-hand side the vertical standards relevant for the REVO sector. And I don't list all, only some examples, some most prominent examples. The first one is the EN 5125, environmental conditions. This is, I would say, the key standard, or one of the most important standards, because it defines the parameters, defines the figures, the quantitative levels for the parameters. Then we have standard for air conditioning, the EN 13129, and then also for the electronic equipment, the standard. Those are the areas which are most impacted by climate change, or then by measures for climate resilience. But there are many more. One concrete example, it's the revision, the ongoing revision, I must say, of the EN 5125, environmental conditions. Why is this a key standard? It defines the environmental and climate conditions within Europe. It covers a large range of parameters, rain, snow, hail, temperature. And it's linked to the regulations. It's a reference standard and the TSI. To those aspects where we have a reference in the TSI, it's a legal requirement. Normally standards are voluntary, but here it's law. We have to follow. And the EN 5125 is really the basis for many product standards for air conditioning, for instance, or the electronic equipment. So I said there is an ongoing revision. It's currently in the voting. So what are the changes? One is we wanted to improve consistency. It was in the past 3 parts. It was not very operational in all aspects, a lot of doubles. So we merged it to one part. Each parameter was reviewed against climate resilience. So quite a long discussion in the working group, and I highlighted some aspects. So we tried to improve, or the working group tried to improve the applicability and to come to more concise definitions that are also more operational, because then they are meaningful. And examples are hail. Impact issues are defined. So, for instance, the size of a hail and the speed a hail hits a train, snow load on the train, and rainfall conditions. So these are only examples to illustrate a bit. There will be for sure more revisions of the standard when we have more insights and new results, for instance, from the ERGU. So that's my speech.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
And just to confirm, standardization is not boring. It's a key for the rail sector. As you mentioned, it's a long process. It's a democratic process, so we also to respect this. And you said something very important. It's not only for Europe, it's for also at world level. So it's very important also to keep this in mind. Now, I will change my plans because I had a lot of questions for all of you, but I made a promise at the beginning is to open the floor to the audience. So I would like to ask the audience if you have any question to the speakers on stage. You have seen they are coming from different organizations. They have shared with you some insights, their views on rail resilience. And I would be more than happy to get questions from you here in the room. Otherwise, I have a lot of questions, as I said, but I think it's better if the questions are coming from the audience. Who would like to be the icebreaker? The first question. Don't be shy. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you so much. It's Paco from the UAC. This question is to Luca. I saw very interesting projects of research and innovation in FS. How do you coordinate that in the national way and international way? I mean the goals and the planning of the future projects.
Thank you for the question. Frankly speaking, the project we carried out are mainly oriented to the national application in Italy. Of course, we are considering also to use outside. Probably also considering other aspects, because at the moment, as you know, we are working in railway sector, so safety first. Safety is the first aspect to consider. But just a question, you remember the first project I said related to to prevent the landslide on track. So we take data in the previous 96 hours and we act in the next 48 hours. You can interrupt the lines. So you think about the people, they have to go to school, you have to go to work, so they understand that the last minute the lines, the railway line will be closed. So probably not so happy. So in my opinion, also to apply in Italy, but also outside Italy, in all the other countries, we have to take another step. So not consider just the safety, of course, safety first, it remains, but also to consider the regularity of that. That's why also we have to give the chance to increase the quality of data, the quality of the analysis to export to the other country, because in this case it could be very crucial to adopt that. But anyway, coming back to your question, so we are developing, you consider the project just started, so we are working on that in 2 years. 2 years is not so long time for innovative project. We'll finish probably by this year, and why not? We can also share with the other interested in that to share the activity. All the project is financed by the Italian government, so open source all the results. So everybody could be interested in that to understand better how does it work. And so we're more than open for that. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Luca. Question? Yeah.
My question is partially to the first presentations of the day and the last presentation of the day, because the standards are supposed to be universal for our continent, and there is a vast difference between climates in Europe. How do you define the different extreme weathers to know how to look at the standards? Because extreme weathers can be differently interpreted in different countries.
It's a very good question. I'm looking at you, Peter. You're Mr. Standardization, so.
Well, I'm not part of the working groups, but from what I hear, it's really a tough discussion there. So normally you differentiate between different zones, but as I said, there must be consensus there about the zones. So for instance, about temperature, I know there was a lot of discussion in the working group, and consensus at the moment is that there is no significant change, although people said we need to change there. But in the end, consensus was, for the time being, we remain as it is. So the zones have been a bit adjusted, as far as I know, but the temperature levels itself not. So this is a part of discussion that takes place in the working groups. I can only advocate to participate, to be vocal there. I had a conversation with SNCF, with an expert there, who really pushed for a change. I had a conversation with other experts who were a bit said science is not far enough. So I can only advocate to be part of, to raise your voice and to be part of the consensus. And finally, I hope that answers a bit your question. Maybe it's not fully satisfying, but this is my information that I've received in the last days.
Thank you, Peter. And maybe if I may react to your question, because I think it's a very good question, what you ask. for me, if we, let's say, consider the evolution of the weather in Europe, you know, these disasters that could come in the future, we should also maybe look at some other part of the world which are already facing with this kind of extreme weather conditions. And we need to learn also from those experiences to see if they have some solutions, if yes, how this could be adapted also in Europe. I will give you an example because it's an example when I was working in the past engineering company. This is the high-speed line in Saudi Arabia. You know, how to build up such a high-speed line with, you know, extreme weather conditions, heat waves, other issues with the sand and so on. So there was some challenges from a technical perspective to face. And at the end, the high-speed line is running, you know, it's working. So I'm not saying that the weather condition in Europe will be the ones in Saudi Arabia maybe in the next 10 years. We don't know what could happen. But so how can we learn from those experiences and to see next via standardization or via cooperation, how we can, in Europe, get some knowledge from this and implement some solution on our continent. Who would like to ask a question to the panelists? Lucy?
You. Hiya. I'd really like to know if anyone's working on any projects that are breaking out of railways and perhaps working with other transport modes, with other utilities, I don't know, water companies, energy companies, and learning cross-sectorally to sort of learn from different ways that different solutions in this space. For example, even in nature-based solutions, which really are sort of new learning for us, even though it's very old thinking, it's kind of new thinking for us as well. So any examples of cross-sectoral and new ways of thinking? Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Who would like to reply to this question? Cross-sector. You can take the mic.
Yeah, of course, we can sometimes, you consider also the railway can be an upgrade of the tramway from this point of view. So we can also apply in different way, of course, the same application. But in example, from infrastructural point of view, about the bridges. So roads have bridges, railway lines have bridges. So I take an example. So in the group, the good thing is in the Italian Railways group is included the operator, the manager of the railway infrastructure and the manager of the road infrastructure in the ANAS. So managing, think about it, 32,000 kilometers of roads. So that's why to having groups that having inside, that are made up of several companies regarding not only railway, but also other sector could be fine. So that's why the example of the system will hopefully detect anomalies, structural anomalies on the concrete beams could be an example, a great example for that. So that's good.
Just to add on the response on that, when identifying the adaptation measures, I think it immediately brings to what you are asking for. Yes, it requires collaboration and identifying solutions that come from other responsible parties. Yes, like coming from flood risk management plans. Yes, it's beyond the transport network manager of the management of the flooding risk, and certain measures that are included in flood risk management plans are not under the responsibility of the asset management. So I think certainly the adaptation requires this collaboration and this acknowledging of these needs of solutions that are beyond the responsibility of the asset manager, but we need to acknowledge about these needs. We need to identify these needs in order to trigger these needs and to make this happen.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Luca. Any other reaction on this question? Additional question in the room? Yeah, Idris?
I'll use the opportunity as well, because there is one topic we didn't mention, and I think in the panel looking at innovation, we should. Any project linked to artificial intelligence and big data management, because we saw during the earlier discussion this morning that sometimes we are swimming around a lot of data, and the problem is actually to manage them and to use them to take the right decision. So obviously it's linked also to artificial intelligence, so I was wondering if there were some projects around this. Also at Europe's Rail, obviously.
It's a very good question, but I will wait first for the feedback of the speakers. Now, maybe also linked to this, for me, a key question is the sharing of data. You know, how to share data between the stakeholders, how to build this trust. You know, my former life was representing one sector, so this was also a key question always between the suppliers and their clients, the sharing of data. And I think based on what we have seen in the various presentations, also this morning, the key question is access to data, share data, what to do with the data, and next to optimize the system. So following the question of Idris, if I'm looking at you, Luca, and you, Zbigniew, as railway operators, I'm also next to get the view of Peter as supplier, and also be interesting by Alexandre in his comparison with the aeronautic sector. You're coming from this aeronautic sector. So how can we, let's say, progress on this?
Thank you for this question. Though, you know, the AI, the artificial intelligence, for sure will be very important in the next future. We know very well that. And thank you for the question. Why? Because this is the right floor to, I would like to say one thing very important in my opinion. This is the right people here. There are very important people who consider that. With artificial intelligence, with the AI, artificial agent, we have a big problem. What's the matter? What's the problem? The problem is that the artificial agent have no a legal personality. They are not a legal entity. So in case of damage, in case of accident, what happened? You know, the national regulation laws, they don't consider the application of AI in application with impacting the safety. So in case of a big accident, using a new innovative application with AI, who's responsible for that? The person who invented the idea, or the person who implemented the software the first time, the engineer who implemented the equipment with the AI, or the supplier, the producer, the client who would use that. So this is the big problem, because at the moment we're not studying. We are studying application. We have a project with AI, but the problem is how to apply that? Because my colleagues said, I cannot, because if something happened, I will go to jail, for sure. They don't consider the judge. We cannot judge an artificial agent. We cannot punish him. But I don't know how to say that. So this is the problem. This is the big problem we have at the moment. We have to solve shortly from rules, regulation, and here also for the standards. We know the standard for that. This is the first question. And the second aspect regarding the sharing of the data. So let me say the big data is the new oil. Now we have a large use of data, very impressive in real time. For sure also that will change our life. You know, for just an example in railway, the maintenance. Now we use usually our colleagues know very well that the predictive maintenance. So at this moment, we'll take the train after I don't know how many kilometers, and we'll have the maintenance. No, thank you to the data. Now every train, you know, the new train issue a big amount of data currently. And we can say that we can know everything about the life of the engine, of the brakes. So we can, just an example, we can analyze the performance of the train. And we can, if the engineer was not stressed or the brakes, we can postpone the maintenance, or we can move forward. So in the first case, we can save money. We can move forward in case of the engine was being stressed, so increase the safety. So the big data will change our life. I said the new oil. not exactly some characteristics very different, so we can transfer very easily comparing the oil from one place to another place. You can use many times, etc. But there is one very important aspect regarding big data, that now they are increasing day by day in an incredible way. The oil, no, is decreasing the quantity, but the big data is increasing. You know, in this year, the calculation said how many big data we generated in this year. We reached 175 zettabytes. 1 zettabyte is 1 trillion of gigabytes. So it's impossible to manage that. We have to change the idea. Up to now, we work to store the data, the big data. Now we have to change the strategy. How to cancel that? What do we have to maintain? Or what do we have to eliminate? It's impossible to maintain everything. So regarding the question you said, how to transfer from one person to another person. So the people, the owner of the data are not so happy to share the big data because we can understand their performance in case of that. So this is the problem can go up. So also in this case, we have to, you think about new standards for the use of big data and to share that.
Thank you, Luca. Zbigniew?
If I may answer in Polish. Okay. Chciałem przede wszystkim odnośnie gromadzenia danych, bo tak jak wspomniałem, pracujemy w dużym projekcie międzynarodowym i tutaj faktycznie, jeżeli chodzi o udostępnianie pewnych danych, bywają problemy z tym, aby tak naprawdę mieć dostęp do danych szczególnie poufnych. Podmioty nie bardzo chcą się dzielić takim bezpośrednim dostępem do żywych danych, których korzystają na bieżąco, więc to jest pewien aspekt. Oczywiście są dane ogólnie dostępne, które jak najbardziej są warte połączenia i przetwarzania, natomiast przed zapewnieniem jakby tego takiego prawdziwego big data w dużej hurtowni danych tak naprawdę musimy zastanowić się nad kwestiami związanymi z zapewnieniem bezpieczeństwa tych danych, które każdy z nas współdzieli, ponieważ są pewne informacje, które mogą być w prosty sposób współdzielone, natomiast część z podmiotów chciałoby zapewnić sobie pełną poufność pewnych informacji, które do takiego zbioru danych udostępniałoby, tak naprawdę pod kątem własnych analiz, tak? Bo najczęściej jest to tak, że jeżeli mówimy tutaj o wsparciu się nawet algorytmami sztucznej inteligencji, inny będzie poziom dostępu dla podmiotu, który dysponuje swoimi własnymi danymi, troszkę inny dla danych współdzielonych, tak? Więc tutaj jakby te kwestie cyberbezpieczeństwa i zapewnienia odpowiednich poziomów dostępu jest kluczowe dla tego, aby ewentualnie myśleć o przyszłym przetwarzaniu danych. To w tej współpracy międzynarodowej dosyć często się pojawia. Mamy czasami problemy właśnie z tym, aby pewnego rodzaju analizy w szerszej skali wykonać dla pewnych działań i stąd też trzeba zawsze mieć na względzie najpierw, zanim zaczniemy myśleć o takim podejściu w pełni otwartym, jak zapewnić poufność tym podmiotom, które ewentualnie tego typu środowisko big data mogłyby ze sobą współdzielić. Natomiast jak najbardziej, jeżeli chodzi o sztuczną inteligencję, jako wsparcie decyzji ludzkich, jak najbardziej byłoby to wskazane, tak? Czyli przetworzenie tak dużej ilości danych przez nawet grupę ludzi jest nie tak efektywne jak udostępnienie pewnego rodzaju wniosków i raportów osobom, które decydowały o pewnych względach przetworzonych przez algorytmy sztucznej inteligencji. Także jak najbardziej kierunek właściwy, tylko przede wszystkim bezpieczeństwo danych. To jest kluczowe dla tego typu rozwiązań.
Sorry? Okay, please.
No, just to add on this topic, because we were referring before on the climate incidents data, and I think some examples in the morning where we have seen use of artificial intelligence, the use of the Power BI tools to make use of the incident data to map and make this mapping of existing vulnerabilities through these Power BI tools. basically making Excels linked to the GIS. But a comment on this fact that there is a lot of data, but when doing this analysis of the climate incidence data in order to better get prepared, I think through the experiences we have also seen that we realize that there is not always the data that we need available. Yes, so it's important to as well gather the data that might be important to have this better understanding of and preparation for climate resilience. Yes? So we were saying it's not always gather the data in terms of easily the location, but as well what were the exact impacts and costs related to this event. Yes? So the fact that it's important as well to define the data categories and the data fields that need to be gathered, and the way that will ensure the consistency of data in order to this data to be properly analyzed and make use of it.
Just on this point, on the consistency of data, I think it's so key to this harmonization of data. There are some activities in Europe's rail, also on the level of the agency, to try to speak with one language when we speak about data and to harmonize this. I think this is key. But I would like also to get the views of Alexandre, because Alexandre, you're coming from the aeronautics sector. You're a data scientist. I mean, you're working in both sectors now. Do you see a big difference between the aeronautics sector and the rail sector when we speak about data?
Okay. Yes, in aeronautics sector, I worked I work at Safran aircraft engine, so I know I know well the civil engine. In aeronautics sector, the engine data are processed in real time in order to detect some issue on the engine and be able to make an alert before the next flight. But it's not really, I mean, AI model beyond that. It's just engineering rules, that are implemented, but we have a huge amount of data. For the railway sector, from what I know, there is a lot of data are related to human action. So it's only a report of accident and so on. So I have a lot of incident report. It's not so well because you had to find what report is very useful to get lesson learning. So sometimes it's not the goal is not to have a huge amount of data, but the good data, the relevant data. Sorry.
Thank you, Alexandre. So, for me, the big difference from what you have said is the difference of processes, maybe between the aeronautics sector and the highway sector. And you were referring to this incident report. So, to get the data, you need to get all the incident reports that could happen in all the networks. And with this process, maybe something to think for the future could be automatized, but we need for this to define harmonized processes, same languages at European level, to try next week to get some value from those information, from those data that next we can use for some strategies, activity or maintenance activities, or let's say reactive maintenance. Peter, maybe last question to you. You did not react on the AI topic and the data sharing. But as a supplier, what are your views on this?
Well, data AI for sure is a very powerful tool. We need to be a bit careful that it will not save all topics on climate resilience. And we should remain careful that it's not a buzzword, so we need really to operationalize it. Having had a conversation with our HVAC expert, we're using data and also AI, or want to use it for predictive maintenance. Example is the HVAC system, which is one of the key systems for climate resilience. And the key component there is a condenser. So if the condenser becomes filthy, it does not operate as it could be. So using preventive maintenance helps us to come closer to the design limits, that it does really what it should do in all incidents. So we're working on that, and for us it's a key topic. In particular for the HVAC system, that was an example, but also preventive maintenance for other areas. So for us, it's a key topic, a key technology that is a bit underrated so far, but we need to be careful. There are more steps to accomplish.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe can we have the result of the Slido question, so to see what was at the end, feedback from the audience? Is it possible to get the? If not, we can move on. No. So we can see that what is the most urgent innovation needed to boost climate resilience in rail? So I think most of the answers were tools, climate, monitoring on real-time, inbuilt resilience. So I think this is linked to what we discussed today. I think we have all a role to play for this. I mean, the stakeholders, the agency, the Commission, the Europe's regional taking, also the NSAs and the national ministries. And if we want things to progress fast, we need all to commit to this and to make sure that we're not in the future, let's say, see too many disruptions in the rail network. So we need to act now. So based on this, I forgot something to say at the beginning. Sorry for this, but there was one panelist who could not come to Warsaw. It was Daniel Lepour from EUSPA, the European Agency for Space Program. So wanted to apologize on his behalf, but for medical reason he could not come to Warsaw. So wish him a speedy recovery, of course. And now my proposal is to hand over to, thank you, Anna and Joachim, for the final conclusion. And maybe a round of applause for the speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we come to the end of a very interesting and rich discussion today. And I would like to start by thanking all the speakers and panelists for sharing their experiences with us and to contributing to this very interesting discussions. And we also run a train which is completely on time, which is very unusual given my experience as a private citizen with this mode of transport. So congratulations for that as well. So today we heard from 17 speakers who were each presenting different facets of the issue at hand, so the resilience of our railway networks to the effects of climate change. We remember back the start of the day, we first had a setting of the scene where we heard about different studies and data telling us about the situation, and I think from that I take away three things, and we heard them actually also, I think, from Moana in the morning. The first is that climate change is indeed a reality. It also impacts rail operations, and we need to do quite a lot of work and spend a lot of money to increase the resilience of the rail network to deal with that reality. We also heard from ERA about the first results of the additional study that we have asked them to conduct. And I take away from that again that the delays that climate change already causes today to individual trains actually add up to years. I mean, it's staggering to hear that you can lose more than 3 years in 1 year. So I still have to think about how that actually works, but it certainly sounds like a lot. And therefore we are looking very much forward to the final report
and we will then analyze it closely to see also what policy conclusions we can take from that. Then in the first panel, we heard how different stakeholders are currently grappling with that situation, and there were very interesting examples, for instance, on the use of sensors to predict and prevent damages in Denmark, on how the climate proofing requirements under EU funding programs have led ADIF to develop their assessment methodology over the years. And we also gained some insights into the governance issues involved in Sweden and Germany. And we heard about the role of the Joint Networks Secretariat to address some of the climate-related extreme weather events that affect areas across the Union. And then in the afternoon, we looked at the role of innovation in all this, and I think we saw quite interesting examples from Ferrovia dello Stato Italiana, for instance, where we saw drones not only flying but also riding on the railways. We heard about the Europe's Rail for Earth project. We heard about the Datathon experiment at EPFS, as well as from the European Investment Bank on the advice they provide and all this, and UNIFE reminded us of the role of standards in trying to drive the evolution of the railway industry when it comes to integrating climate risks. So what is clear from all these discussions is that adaptation must become an indispensable element of the implementation of European railway infrastructure and our approach to infrastructure in general. We also need to clearly structure our priorities to reflect climate resilience. I mentioned earlier, all this will cost a lot of money, and therefore it is very important that we get the most important priorities in this respect right. And that, of course, requires a risk assessment in terms of needs, costs, and investments. Transport-focused climate risk assessments are hence necessary to provide a more disaggregated view of the risks and vulnerability landscape and to prioritize investment. We need to ensure that the risk owners at all levels have the awareness, the relevant information, the tools, and the resources to assess, plan around, and manage climate risks. And it will also be important to find ways to bridge the existing investment gaps between current and needed investments, as demonstrated already in DG MOVE's own climate resilience study. So this is clearly a topic which will not go away, not a one-off event which we discuss as a nice conference and then we go and do something else more operational, but this will clearly be one of the most important topics of the rail industry and actually any transport industry in the future. So to close my remarks, let me thank again the organizers of this conference, so the Polish Presidency of the Council, the Polish Office of Rail Transport, the colleagues at the agency, my own colleagues from DG MOVE for the excellent event that they put together. And I give the floor to Anna.
Thank you very much, Joachim, and you are running the risk now that I delay our train, but I will keep that on track and promise to have it still on time by the end of today. You said it, you wrapped it very well, so my task now is quite easy. I will focus on some key words that I took note of. The first one is data, and if I stick to the terminology related to extreme climate weather events, I think we've heard about drowning or swimming in data flooding, but we also see that in some parts of Europe we are confronted with some data drought, and it is quite clear we need to ensure that this data collection process is structured around common objectives with harmonization in terms of data terminology, because a lot of data does not necessarily mean meaningful information and knowledge for the purposes of what we are discussing today. So that's definitely one key step. And linked to that, it's the use that we want to give to the data, which is not only counting ex post what went wrong due to climate events, but also trying to be proactive and get what we discussed in terms of predictive maintenance, but not only maintenance, I would say predictive analysis for proper decision making when it comes to climate events. Data, of course, is an enabler. What do we need more? And there I go to my next keyword, which is about the vulnerability assessment, because at the end we collect the data to try to map in our minds or in our geographical maps of Europe what are the different vulnerabilities that we need to tackle less or more urgently. To tackle that, we need to be mature enough, and there goes my third key element, which is maturity assessment. It comes by nature that different organizations and different places in Europe are not equally mature in terms of addressing climate change challenges. And there we came with a kind of question, which is a challenge in itself. What does mature mean in this context? How mature or less mature do we actually want to be? And we discussed about scenarios and projections, and there we said one size will not fit all. So in fact, it also depends on what are the scenarios we want to put on the table against which we assess the vulnerabilities and our own maturity to tackle them. For whom are these scenarios important? Of course, for the decision makers, because somebody needs to act upon the data that we have been putting on the table. And for decision makers to act, they need to have this proper understanding of the scenarios, consequences, and of course, very important, costs. And there goes my next keyword, which is about financing. I would even say financing plus funding. And it came across several presentations that we cannot afford to get investments wrong from the perspective of embedded climate resilience. Even from the last poll, we saw inbuilt resilience in the investments is key. So any kind of financing, funding opportunity that we have is a duty to care for us to have resilience embedded into that. Last keyword, or actually alternative keywords, cooperation, coordination, holistic approach that goes geographically across Europe. It also goes, in my view, and you said it as well, at cross-organizational level. And of course, we mentioned infrastructure managers because they are directly linked to where the consequences happen, but we need to have railway operators in mind. We mentioned manufacturers, innovators, because we also saw it doesn't maybe sometimes take a lot of money to tackle some of the effects. Maybe we need to push innovation forward to actually take profit from that. So with this kind of last note, it's an invitation to all of you to actually continue to be in this cooperation chain in a way that we drive the best solutions together, including the step of putting those into standards and regulations where they fit the purpose and according to the needs that have been identified. So this is my wrap up, and if you allow me, I have two almost unrelated kind pleas to you before we close. One is not to forget to take an apple on the way back. This is a kind request from our colleagues in the organization committee. There are still apples on your way back. Please don't forget to do that. And the second announcement is a reminder to the female colleagues in the room not to forget to have a look at the ERA Women in Rail Award competition published on our website. Deadline for application is tomorrow. We have seen several brilliant presentations from female colleagues today, so please have a look at that announcement on the website. Parentheses closed with my two pleas, and I think that brings us really to the moment where we formally thank the Polish presidency, UTK, the European Commission, my brilliant colleagues at ERA, all the brilliant speakers and attendants today for what we think is actually a very good start of a long dialogue on this topic. Thank you very much.